Committee. I will turn it over to Chair Rogers.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'll just go ahead and dive right in. We have one item on our consent agenda, a policy revision to clarify an appeals process. Regents, does anyone have any questions about this item or any requests to move it from this consent agenda? Great. Seeing none, we'll just go ahead and move to our action items. And first up, we have a review of MSU Northern's mission statement. Do we have Chancellor Kegel or Provost Moisley from joining us today?
Hear me?
Yes, wonderful.
Well, thank you. And I hope up on the screen you have our mission statement. So this is part of board's review of every campus's mission and core themes every 3 years. This is our 3 years. I attached on this, you'll see kind of our institutional classification. We are one of 3 regional comprehensive universities in the Montana University system. And, under that, we provide comprehensive education across the certificate, associate, baccalaureate, and master's programs on our campus. Our mission statement is as it has been since 2016. MSU Northern provides higher education to students for professional and technical careers through an institution dedicated to teaching and the pursuit of knowledge. And under that, we have our core themes, which up until this last year were part of the accreditation process. And our mission has every campus's mission and core themes really have 2 purposes. In a regulatory sense. One is it gives guidance to the Board of Regents as we talk about academic changes and programs on a campus, and also through our regional accreditation. And we had a visit last fall, a year ago, from NWCCU, our mid-cycle visit as part of a 7-year cycle. And in 3 years, they'll be coming back for our 7-year mission review visit, the final visit in the 7-year cycle, where they look to seeing how we say that we are meeting our mission. And this is why the missions are our mission statements and core themes are critical. Our core themes, we have 3 of those: providing liberal arts, professional, and technical programs that serve a diverse student population. Theme 2, promoting student-centered and culturally enriched environment which fosters student success. And theme 3, where we partner with external entities to enhance and expand learning opportunities. And those are very key in terms of who we are as a campus, why we're successful at what we do, and really helps guide not just on a day-to-day basis, but really from year to year, why we do the things we do, and to make sure that as we do those, we're doing them in a way that meets our mission. The one extra thing I wanted that we added on is part of our accreditation process, and one of the recommendations from the accrediting board was to make sure that we align our strategic planning process with our mission and core themes. And as part of that process in this last semester, we've developed our MSU Northern core values. And this came out of a process of that really started with the strategic planning process, and we engaged campus in talking about what are our core values. And these are really critical component of how do we take the mission and core themes, which are really the 30,000-foot level of how we do planning and how we assess whether or not we're successful in terms of saying what we do. And getting and having these values are very helpful in terms of making sure that mission and those core themes are shared by everybody on campus, all the way from the chancellor down through the faculty and staff and to the students. And I'd like to just go through these, not in any detail, but just really more in terms of the process. This really came out of the campus. There was a lot of back and forth through meetings of our University Advisory Council, which is the council that approves policies and mission changes and how we do our planning and assessment on campus in some sense. And there were 6 core values that came out, and those are access, equity, and inclusion, excellence, lifelong learning, authenticity, collaboration, and stewardship. And these are probably similar to what other campuses have, but it's really surprising that when we as a campus talked about what these core values were, it really some of the great conversations came out of faculty and staff and students in terms of how do we operationalize those things? How do we show that, for example, we are a campus that is dedicated to access, equity, inclusion, and we're one of the most diverse, if not most diverse, campuses in the Montana university system, and so this is a key value for us. But it also tells us and tells everybody else out there that is really what this campus is about. We need to ensure that as we plan, as we make decisions in terms of programs, as we look at how do we serve students, that those are key values that we have, and we want to ensure the integrity of those in everything we do. And we do that through all of those. And I wanted to attach that just because that's been a good process for us as a campus to go through that, and again will really help us as a campus understand why our mission and our core themes are very important. And with that, I will answer any questions as best I can if there are any from the Regents. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. And thank you for including those core items as well. I think it's so exciting to see those differentiating factors and see how they can also be measured in their outcomes. Any comments or questions from the Regents? Seeing none, I think we'll move on to the next item. Thank you so much for the presentation and for the information.
Thank you.
Great. So our next item on our action agenda is our request to plan proposals. We are considering a new style for the RTPs going forward, but for this meeting, we're going to stick with our existing process and discuss afterwards a proposal to potentially streamline these in the future a little bit. So with that, we'll go ahead and start with our first proposal, which is from Montana Tech, a request to split departments. I'll turn it over to Provost Gammon.
Good morning from Butte America Regents. Thank you, Chair Rogers. We're in the final step in the process of establishing our BS in Civil and Mechanical Engineering. In 2016, Montana Tech gained BOR approval to split the General Engineering Bachelor's in Science into 2 degrees, a BS in Civil Engineering and a BS in Mechanical Engineering. After BOR approval, we then moved toward obtaining ABET accreditation for these degrees. I'm happy to report that just this fall, these degrees obtained ABET accreditation, and this is really a big deal. In order to wrap things up, we need approval to create departments to house each degree. The structure is already in place. The department budgets are created, which were just by splitting the old one, and the only additional expense is a $5,000 department head stipend. And that's it.
Thank you so much. Regents, questions, comments? Wonderful. We had a great discussion about this proposal in the committee meeting. Thank you so much, Provost Gammon.
Thank you.
Okay, our next proposal, we have 2 proposals from the University of Montana, and we'll start with the requested plan for the non-professional option in the Pharmaceutical Sciences Bachelor of Science. And I'll turn it over to Provost Humphrey.
Thank you, Regent Rogers. Good morning, everyone. As I start, I have to relate to you a brief anecdote. Driving in Campus Drive past Washington Grizzly Stadium, listening for the ghosts of Grizzcat, but a buck, white-tailed buck with a huge rack emerged right next to my automobile, and I slowed down to give him right of way. He just ran alongside my car for like a good 50 yards. And I thought, what a surreal way to arrive at campus this morning. So thank you for indulging me. It was just such an awesome moment. We have 2 intensive plans. The first one, as Regent Rogers pointed out, is the non-professional option in our Pharm Sci program for the Pharmaceutical Sciences BS. And So at UM, we have the existing BS in pharmaceutical sciences for students that hope to matriculate into our professional doctor of pharmacy program or continue on. But this is a new option that requires no new resources, that really provides a pathway for these students to move into careers in the biotechnology sector and in research, other areas of government. So we think this is a really timely proposal, and we appreciate the opportunity to present it to the board.
Thank you so much. Regents, any questions or comments? Great, seeing none, let's go ahead and move on to your next presentation, the request a plan for the Big Sky Language Literacy Institute.
Thank you again, Regent Rogers. And colleagues, I would actually point us really to almost the second sentence, which reflects on our speech language program at UM, Hearing Sciences Occupational Sciences program, which has really been on a tremendous trajectory over the last decade. With an expansion of faculty, research initiatives, grant awards, and really substantial student engagement. And the proposed Big Sky Language Literacy Institute, I think, is a very important next step, as you can read, to bring these activities across clinical training, research, and continuing education into alignment and move it forward in a more robust fashion. And again, happy to entertain questions. I do have my expert colleagues always at the wait, but happy to provide this incentive plan for the board's consideration.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Regents, any questions or comments on this proposal? Looks like there's none. That was an easy one for you there.
Easy's good, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for those proposals. Wonderful. And our final requested plan is from Helena College. And I see, I think we have Robin here to present to us. Wonderful.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The Certificate of General Studies recognizes the completion of the 30 credits required to complete the Helena College General Education Core, which aligns with the MUS General Education Core. The General Education Core is completed as part of the Associate of Arts and Associate of Science degrees. The Certificate of General Studies addresses the following needs. First, the certificate is a milestone for students working towards an associate degree and ultimately a baccalaureate degree. Stackable credentials can be earned while working towards larger goals, can provide motivation for increased student progression and retention. Second, the certificate adds value to an already valuable general education core. Students wishing to complete the general education core curriculum at Helena College before transferring to a four-year institution will earn a certificate in general studies, signaling their transfer institution that they have completed a rigorous general education curriculum. And third, completion of the certificate provides transfer institutions a clear signal that students have completed a general education curriculum, ensuring that general education transfer policy is met and that they have completed general education credits that easily transfer. Helena College recognizes the value and importance of undergraduate student transfer within the MUS, particularly in general education. The addition of the certificate allows Helena College to continue to facilitate undergraduate transfer while providing students with an important milestone credential. Thank you for considering our request to plan, and I am happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you so much. Regents, any questions or comments on this proposal? Wonderful. Well, that will do it for us, Robin. Thank you so much for your presentation. Great. So with the conclusion of our request to plans, I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Tessman to share an overview of a new format we're considering for RTP presentations at future full board meetings.
Thanks, Madam Chair and members of the board. And I'll be pretty quick here. I wanted to deliver an informal, I guess, information item. And it's really not a change to our process for academic planning, approvals, or review. It's just a proposed change in terms of how we would present academic proposals during these board meetings. And you'll recall that the request to plan items themselves reflect a shift in the way that we've approached this process. We're trying to expedite and facilitate the approval of programs that are non-controversial, and particularly programs that are non-controversial and support rapid development of workforce training opportunities across the Montana University system. And this shift to request a plan has taken a lot of the conversation around new proposals kind of outside the formal board meeting. We have a lot more opportunity to discuss ahead of time during chief academic officer calls, during the ARSA committee calls, to really hash out any concerns that we have. And then the request to plan items, of course, come in front of you as an entire board for your approval. In as much, what I mean is that by the time we have these item summaries presented during the board meetings, it's often the third or the fourth time we've sort of heard the basic summary. And one idea might be to have the board meeting itself used for a very concise recap of the item summaries, perhaps done by Chair Rogers or the chair of ARSA, but really a shift towards a discussion surrounding how deliberations went during the ARSA committee call, for example. What concerns came up, if any? Are there any hesitations that other campuses have? So really shifting from another sort of reiteration of the summary towards more of a discussion around the pros and cons of the item itself. Incidentally, I think this could also shorten the time during the board meeting itself that we dedicate to the request to plan items. 9 out of 10 or perhaps more are non-controversial, so there really may not be a whole lot to discuss there at all. And by saving time in that portion of our ARSA committee meeting, we might free up some time for discussion of strategic priorities around research, student access, student success, American Indian and minority achievements, so on and so forth. We can, I hope, discuss over the next few months the pros and cons of this approach. I will note that there are perhaps some drawbacks. I think we all do appreciate hearing directly from chief academic officers, sometimes deans, sometimes expert faculty. And we certainly don't want to shortchange the campuses. We don't want to signal any diminished importance surrounding this process of academic approval. So I simply introduced this as an informal, I guess, point for discussion moving forward. My sense, Chair Rogers, is that we don't have any consensus around this, but with your permission, if we could make it a point of discussion during some of our upcoming calls, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Great summary so much, Brock. Regents, any sort of gut reactions or immediate thoughts that arise with this? Go ahead, Regent Dombrowski.
Thanks, Regent Rogers and Deputy Commissioner Tessman.
Right.
I, for one, feel like this is going to be a good opportunity. What I always think about is the unintended consequences. And I want to make sure that if there are controversies or if there's opportunities for the regents to sort of challenge some of the assumptions, that you bring us into that conversation appropriately. And I know it's hard sometimes to predict that, but I would not want these to be brought forward with such a sense of a predetermined approval process, and would really hope that any, again, of the controversies or any part of the conversation that you feel regents might need to know and weigh in on, certainly would continue or would be brought forward for the 1 out of 10 where it's not clear. I trust that makes sense.
Yes, I think it makes great sense. Thank you. I think it's a great point as well, and something that we would be trying to address very directly, to not sort of cover it up, but to bring those forward very specifically. Yeah, thank you. Regent Sheehy.
I kind of have some concerns about this. I think we are what we spend our time on. That's a way of showing what we value, what we're willing to do at a meeting. Over the course of years, you listen to these, and while sometimes it seems like maybe they aren't controversial or worth hearing, it's by hearing the whole batch that we form an institutional knowledge of what programs are available at each institution. And I think it's really important for the Regents to know what programs are available at each institution. So I'm not opposed, or I just have a gut feeling that this is going to take that education level away from the board, and especially those who don't serve on ARTSA. So we're going to have half a board that has a different set of understanding than the other half of the board. I worry about designating ones that you think are interesting or controversial, because that kind of dooms anything that gets brought to the board as being interesting or controversial. So I think there's a real benefit. I've thought a lot about this, Bree, since you brought it up. And at first I thought it seemed like a good idea. And I know sometimes it seems problematic to go through these at the meetings, but I kind of think we are what we spend our time on. So I'm kind of falling on the side of, I like hearing the presentations. And it also is the one thing that ties us to each campus as Regents. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you so much. Great and very fair points. Thank you so much. Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just also wanted to mention that I would be concerned that and hopefully I'm understanding this correctly, but I would be concerned that the campuses would have the opportunity to share what's going on in their campus and what they're doing in their academic programs. And so I wouldn't want them to feel like they didn't have the opportunity to kind of celebrate what they're doing or make that known. I hope that makes some sense. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you so much. I think that's a good point to reiterate. And Chair Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. No, I can very much appreciate what we're trying to accomplish with looking at the process that we have right now for new proposals. And we've gone through a process for the last 6 or 7 years, if not longer, of refining the process. So I think just generally speaking, I'm excited about, trying to identify some of the efficiencies that we might be able to find in the process, while at the same time making sure that we elevate some of the most important things. I mean, for me, being able to have, the CAOs and some of the key academic leaders on campus to be able to address the board is important. And if that's, in a committee meeting before and briefly during a full Regents meeting, I think that would be good in terms of kind of understanding the programs that we have on campus that we provide across the system. And I think, Brock, you mentioned trying to identify additional time in our agenda to have really strategic priority questions on other elements of sort of ARSA's responsibility. I do think there is an opportunity to kind of holistically look at all those programs that are in place and the areas where we feel like maybe we need to do a little more investment in programming. Maybe some areas where we need to be thinking about those programs that maybe need to be in moratorium, et cetera. And I think in some ways, this process might tie well with being able to free up some time to have those bigger picture conversations, really kind of going back to the one MUS and the inventory that we have in our programs and the strategy in which we think about connecting with industry needs and academic opportunity in our campuses. So I'm Chair Rogers, I'm interested in continuing to have the conversation about this informal sort of conversation point. I do think there's likely areas that we can continue to improve. And I think as a board, as we engage in the conversation, it may not look exactly like the informative proposal is right now, but I do think we can continue to strive for improvements in the process.
Thank you so much. Really helpful thoughts there. Regent Nystuen or Regent Tuss, any other additional comments? Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. No, I'm intrigued by the new approach. I think we do stay well connected with the campuses. I'd be all for trying. And if it doesn't work, we can always retreat to the old way of doing it. But for now, I'd say proceed with the opportunity for new program tracking, like you've talked about. So I think we ought to give it a whirl. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, well, I think that we have some really good feedback and things to think really critically on. So thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, for presenting the overview for us, and we'll keep working. Wonderful. Well, with that, we'll move on to our next item, which is our level 2 items. And first up, we have MSU billings. Great. I think that's Dean Shear that we have presenting.
No, it's Provost Arnold.
Provost Arnold, thank you so much. Sorry for my mistake.
No worries. Good morning, everybody. This is really a housekeeping issue on MSU Billings' part. Our Department of Communication and Theater has not taught theater or had theater for some time, so we're merely changing the name to be more reflective of the purpose of the department.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We had a great discussion about this in the committee. Do we have any additional questions or comments from the Regents? Looks like there are none. This was a very straightforward proposal, and we appreciate you bringing it forward, and looks like you're going to have a positive outcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next level 2 item is from Montana State University. A proposal to establish a center. I'll turn it on over.
Thank you, Chair Rogers and members of the board. This is Jason Carter. I'm the Vice President for Research, Economic Development, and Graduate Education. Because this is a research center and intersects more directly with my office, but also with Provost Mako, we decided moving forward that I would present on issues related to the research centers. So this is a very, very exciting center, our Center for Science, Technology, Ethics, and Society. This has really been a groundswell of efforts over the last 2 to 3 years. Our office seeded this project with several scientists and engineers who partnered with humanists and social scientists, as well as ethicists across campus. And it is a dynamo leadership team that is leading this effort. If you think about where things are going from a science technology perspective into the future, and you listen to what's happening coming out of either the White House or Congress or our federal partners, there's going to be continued investments in areas like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, quantum computing. And with all of those technologies, there becomes a need to talk about societal impact, as well as the ethics behind some of those machine-based algorithms. Indeed, it's been recently proposed out of a bipartisan group that NSF goes through a doubling of their research expenditures, similar to what NIH did in the mid 90s. And so we think that this center, which focuses on that nexus of the ethics and societal impacts of science and technology, is going to be really, really important for Montana State and our state to have in its bailiwick. When I talk with other VPRs across our region, including in North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Idaho, to our knowledge, this is going to be the first designated center focused on the societal and ethical impacts of science and technology. So we're very excited, and I'm happy to answer any further questions that you have, Chair Rogers.
Thank you so much, Vice President Carter. Regents, any questions or comments on this proposal? This is a really exciting one. I'm not seeing any questions or comments at this time, but we had a great discussion in the committee, and I think you're going to see a favorable outcome.
Thank you, Chair Rogers.
Thank you. Our final level 2 item is coming to us from the University of Montana, a proposal to establish and name an institute, and I'll turn it over to Provost Humphrey.
I'm ready. Thank you again, Regent Rogers. I was looking at the screen, of course, but as colleagues, as you examine this proposal, I would provide an overview by suggesting that you might think that it's timely, secondary to a pandemic, but this was in the planning well before, of course, the pandemic, but it's so relevant as we move forward. This planning came through our developing expertise in both telehealth, but likewise a unique niche, if you will, in the development of precision medicine at the University of Montana. And it underscores our commitment to rural health and serves tribal communities as well across Montana and really the Pacific Northwest. And telehealth and precision medicine are two really important elements of innovation. Our proposal is to establish an institute for innovation, recognizing that there are limitless possibilities in the area of improving rural health, and we think this is an extremely timely proposal. We expect it to be a sustainable institute, and as we do for all of our campus entities. And but super important for the education of the next generation of healthcare professionals, particularly those who practice in rural health. As you can see, it's been significantly underwritten by a philanthropic gift of the SCAGS or the ALSAM Foundation that has really helped put wind beneath the wings of our programs at but also throughout the West. And as you can also see in the proposal, it also helps facilitate our iFarm program, a longstanding program where we've logged nearly 20,000 miles across Montana doing health screenings in rural communities. So we're really excited about this, and I'm delighted to have the opportunity to present it to the Regents today.
Thank you so much. This is a very exciting proposal. I also appreciated the full public comment opportunities that you had for the naming piece of this item. And while there wasn't any public comment, we did discuss during the committee meeting that generally everything has been welcome and it's been a non-controversial naming opportunity. So I appreciate the campus following through on all of those pieces and parts. Any questions or comments from the Regents? Oh, please, Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you. Provost Humphrey or Interim Provost Humphrey, can you just describe a little bit how this might intersect with a family practice residency program, or if it does at all?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Regent Dombrowski. As I believe most everyone in this audience is aware, the family medicine residency program.
Provost Humphrey, I feel like your audio has cut out. You're back on.
Am I back? There we go.
Yep.
What was I saying? Yeah. Thank you, Regent Dombrowski. Yes, as I think everyone in this group is aware, the Family Medical Residency Program of Western Montana has been, which is sponsored by the University of Montana in partnership with our hospitals in Western Montana, has been training physicians to practice in rural Montana. It's an integral part of our College of Health, as is the proposed Institute for Health Innovation. Over the past several years, we've been bringing our family medical residents into the college for interprofessional education, collaborative practice, and this, I think, weaves quite nicely into our continued efforts to improve telehealth opportunities. So it's quite, we're placing over 80% or over 70%, nearly 80% of our graduates in rural healthcare settings, and the opportunity to weave telehealth and precision medicine into their practice will be a natural outcome of this institute.
Thank you.
Regent Sheehy.
Point of curiosity, was this in the works well before COVID? The telehealth seems especially timely.
The short answer, Regent Sheehy, is yes. We've been working on telehealth initiatives for some time. It's always been in our wheelhouse because it's such an important element of rural health, so that it is uniquely timely in the presence of the pandemic, of course. But it's where medicine needs to be, particularly in rural care, and the improvement in technology and really has provides a pathway for improved health. And again, I believe this institute will be significantly invested in that area.
Provost Humphrey, I just wanted to add that in the world post J.K. Rowling, when a large animal guides you to work, it's a Patronus. So that's now your official Patronus.
Thank you. You know, every day it's like, you know, is a new word. So thank you.
Wonderful. Any other questions or comments from the Regents? Great, seeing none. Thank you so much for the presentation.
My pleasure.
Okay, so we still have one action item left, but we're going to wait and present it at 9:45. So at this point, we'll move on to our information items. And Deputy Commissioner Tessman, I'd love to just turn it over to you to run us through these.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have a series of items here that are fairly straightforward. I believe our Director of Academic Policy and Research, Joe Teal, is on the call. Joe, I can't see you though. Are you on the Zoom?
Hi, Brock, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead and take it away, starting with the summary of accreditation activity on our campuses. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the committee, we have a few items here. The first is the 2020 accreditation report. Your campuses are all accredited through the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities, and they go through a really rigorous process to maintain that accreditation, to produce reports and information for NWCCU so they can do reviews of campus facilities, campus shared governance processes, campus curriculum, campus's missions. And those reports, I think, are really excellent pieces of information for you as regents to better understand your campuses and how they function, their strengths and their weaknesses. And this is just a summary for you in terms of what accreditations activities have happened through NWCCU in the past year, and what activities are coming up in the coming year. So if there aren't any questions on the accreditation report, I really do, the reports the campuses produce here take a lot of work. It's an incredible effort by a huge group, and they're full of pretty useful information, as are the responses from NWCCU and their reviews of those campus efforts. So then we can move on to the next topic, which are program reviews. So campuses, kind of in line with NWCCU's cycle, review all of their academic programs on a 7-year cycle. Here you can find summaries of both the schedule of upcoming reviews as well as the reviews that were conducted in this past year. And this is an opportunity really for programs to do a self-study, sometimes to get some external feedback in terms of their curriculum. In the reports that we develop for you as Regents, we also have campuses do a summary of the program's enrollment and graduation numbers over the 7-year cycle, so that we have an opportunity just to both have a process for programs to reflect on their own performance, and also provide some standard information for you as Regents and for us as the Commissioner's Office in terms of those programs' performance and plans.
Thank you so much, Joe. These are actually a really helpful format as well to see like those big themes at each campus as well. So I appreciate all the time and effort that goes into putting these together.
Excellent. And then we do now have 2 policy items which I'll speak to. So at our last meeting, you heard from the e-learning advisory committee. We provided an update on online learning across the university system. That group are really representatives of the folks who organize, support faculty in developing online programs and courses. And they've been doing a review of the university system's policies when it comes to online education. And these 2 policy items are really providing an update. these two policies in terms of their definitions of online modalities haven't been changed since 2011. And a lot has changed in the online teaching world since that time. So what we're accomplishing here is really standardizing some definitions of different modalities for online teaching. And that mirrors a process that we're working with campuses on to more consistently track those modalities in their student information systems so that we can understand the types of courses that students are taking and how that relates to all sorts of things in terms of the supports that we're providing, student success, et cetera. There's also some slight cleanup in terms of policy 303.7 in terms of the charge and composition of the e-learning advisory committee. But apart from kind of those two changes, there's not substantial impacts in terms of online learning fees of other topics. It's mostly an update in terms of those modalities and how we're defining them and how we're tracking them.
Thank you, Director Teal. It's really exciting to obviously be moving into the future with these definitions and cleaning things up. And I'm excited to hear you speak to the ability to then track different metrics. Would it potentially allow us to identify, like, if a specific model is underperforming for retention or other goals of the system, and be able to identify that and work to improve it?
Regent Rogers, it's certainly the first step. If we're able to track these more widely, it gives us a sense of different campuses and also across the system as a whole, what online opportunities there are for students and how those are being offered. So I think there's an access component to that tracking where we can get a better sense of where we have online courses between different campuses and where there might be gaps. And then I do think long-term it gives us some opportunities to evaluate different modalities and identify where something's working really well or where something's not working as well as we'd hope.
Wonderful. And can you remind me, I know that we've had wonderful presentations about the technology and the disparate systems within the one MUS, but is this going to be housed in a place where it can be compared against all different campuses?
Yes. So really that process is a process of shared definitions, shared coding schemes and taxonomies across campus information systems that then John Thunstrom, through his magic, pulls up into our statewide student data warehouse so that we all have access using the same language, really using the same definition so that it is comparable statewide.
Wonderful, thank you. Regents, any other questions or comments? Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you, Regent Rogers, and thank you, Joe. This may be too much in the weeds, but at what point in time will those metrics be decided and how will those get reported? And then how will the board know that this work of consistency and standardization is in fact working against maybe established, more national metrics like retention or completion or something of that nature?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Regent Dombrowski. And it's been another project that the e-learning advisory group has worked on and off, is really thinking what's our next generation of an annual online learning report. So you receive a report now that's more about what's offered and less about who's taking those opportunities and how are they performing. So I say that it's a project that's ongoing. It's part of the reason that we undertook this effort to standardize and expand our definitions of modalities so that as we start developing those dashboards, we're using the same language and we have some of the same coding. So I don't have an exact date for you, but my hope is soon, perhaps as soon as the next time that you receive your annual online learning report.
Regent Sheehy.
Joe, good work on this. Did you rewrite the policy?
Yes.
Great work on that. In addition to the content, I very much appreciate that you took the time to structure this new policy in a way that makes sense and is works in the future. I sometimes feel like we have policies that are like a starter home with a bunch of additions added on to them and not a lot of planning about how we're going to add things. And so I just wanted to say how much I appreciated the work you did in the drafting of this policy as well as the content, because I think in the long term that does make a difference.
Thank you, Regent Sheehy.
Wonderful. Any other questions? Okay, Director Teal, let's go ahead and move on to your next item.
Well, and this item I'll say is just more of the same. So as we were doing these definitions, we wanted to make it consistent across board policy. So we made a slight edit to the board policy referring to tuition and fees for online learning so that it reflected our definition of blended versus fully online. So we really have these definitions now aligned and consistent across board policy, which didn't used to be the case.
Regent Sheehy.
And now I'm going to thank you again for cross-referencing among our board policies. Thank you.
Again, Regent Sheehy, you're welcome.
Wonderful work. Any other questions or comments? Great. I think we'll move on to the next item. Thank you so much, Director Teal. And now Helen Thigpen for our next item. Go ahead.
Hi, Madam Chair and members of the board. Can you hear me okay? Can everybody hear me? Okay, great, thank you. This next item is in regards to the board's Title IX policy. And I thought what I'd do is just run through a few recent updates in this area and then discuss some potential action for your next meeting. And I thought it would be helpful if I just started with a quick refresher, even though I know most of you are already familiar with this area. But Title IX is a federal civil rights law that prohibits sex-based discrimination in educational institutions that receive federal funding. And I think there is a bit of a tendency to think of Title IX as the law that primarily addresses gender inequities in sports, but the law, as we know, is much broader than that. Under Title IX, campuses are legally required to promptly respond to claims of sexual harassment, which includes sexual assault. So over the years, the Department of Education has issued numerous guidance documents that have interpreted Title IX, but these documents, while certainly I think informative, did not carry the full force of law and would often change based on a new administration and could be easily rescinded and modified. So the department, as many of you are probably aware, has recently gone through a formal rulemaking process to adopt Title IX regulations. And this is really the first substantial rulemaking in this area since the mid-1970s. And with the adoption of the formal rules, the department has really instituted a substantial shift in how Title IX complaints must be handled on campus. All of the campuses across the country and K-12 were tracking these rules, and the department actually received the highest number of rule comments it had in its history on this particular rule. The rule was issued in a notice spanning over 2,000 pages, which is quite extraordinary for this type of rulemaking. And overall, the rules provide a very detailed and substantial process for responding to complaints of sexual harassment. And they address everything from supportive measures for complainants to addressing informal resolutions, training, hearings, and record-keeping requirements. I think one of the primary changes, and perhaps the one that has garnered the most attention, is there's this new requirement for a live hearing. So now, under the new rules, all post-secondary institutions must provide for live hearings to address formal complaints of sexual misconduct. And this is a sea change. It's a significant departure from previous guidance. In the past, schools could use a single investigator model where the Title IX coordinator on campus could investigate and then also determine responsibility. And that's, they They've moved away from that single investigator model. So now there is an investigation and then a formal grievance process that includes a hearing. So another substantial piece of the new rule is that a campus must also provide parties with an advisor during that hearing process. And that advisor would conduct cross-examination if they don't have their own advisor. And the campus does have to provide that without cost. And the advisor may or may not be an attorney. So as you can imagine, that's really sort of added a new layer to this process for the campuses. So you're probably all wondering, well, how does this relate to the board? The board does have a Title IX policy. That policy is set forth in policy 507. This policy was adopted in 2012 in response to a significant guidance document that was issued by the Obama administration. But with the adoption of the new rules, the board's policy needs some updating and alignment. So what I've attached here is an example of a potential board policy that could replace the existing policy. This approach is sort of the bare bones minimum option. I should say, and I think it's really important at this point to point out that the campuses have all adopted interim policies and procedures that are very detailed and very specific and span everything from details of the investigations to hearings to post-hearing sanctioning, and those are all in place at this moment. And we have had numerous discussions within the legal team and with our Title IX experts about those policies, and they are in place right now. And we've also had discussions about what the best approach would be for the board to consider. I think the intent today is really not to tie you to this model or this existing option that I've presented here, but is really just to get this on your radar for your next meeting. And I thought it was important to bring this to your attention and kind of let you know how things have been going on the campuses. And then I'll keep you updated on this over the next month or two before your next meeting. And we'll work through the committee process. It falls under Dr. Tessman's agenda item here because it falls under a student facing policy, but it really also impacts employees. Title IX applies to both students and employees. So we may want to talk about, where the most appropriate spot is for that in the board lineup of policies in the next, before it comes up in January. So I do want to briefly thank everyone on the campuses that have worked very hard on this issue, especially all the Title IX coordinators and the legal offices. This has been an incredibly heavy lift for everyone, and we're all learning about this new process and adjusting. And I also really want to thank Jessica Weltman, our OCHI compliance officer, who has been instrumental in kind of tying these policies together between the campuses. And that's really the extent of my update this morning, but really, again, just trying to get this on your radar for future action, possibly in January. Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Helen. Regent Sheehy.
Helen, is these guidances that are offered by various administrations, are we going to see a new guidance? Is this not very timely, or?
Yes, that's a good question, Madam Chair, Regent Sheehy. We think that it's likely that that the new Biden administration that will be coming in will seek to change some of these rules, but it won't happen immediately. I think they will now that they've gone through the process and adopted them as rules. If there were to be changes in the future, they would have to engage in the formal rulemaking process to kind of make any changes. There's probably some things they could do through guidance, but I think it will take some time. And I think at this point we are going to proceed with these rules since they're in place until further notice from a new administration.
And I have one follow-up with respect to the new person who is required under these rules, or the advisor position. My head is kind of reeling at the thought of this being implemented on all of our campuses. Is this even possible? I mean, is this going to swamp our system?
Madam Chair, Regent Sheehy, you raised the absolute question that, you know, we have been concerned about, and I think a lot of campuses across the country expressed concern about in when the proposed rules came out. Yes, we will make it work. It will happen because we need to make it happen, and we're working through that process right now on campus. And who are these advisors going to be? The primary issue is really ensuring that these individuals that serve as advisors understand what their role is and that they're going to be conducting this cross-examination, and that they receive very substantial and robust training. We have to, that is going to be essential for the campuses, and they're devoting a lot of time and resources to all of these questions and how to make sure that everybody is trained up properly. We've, you know, looked at courses, we've done all sorts of things. So it's going to be a work in progress, and I think we're just going to have to kind of you know, carry forward and see and adjust where necessary. But yes, you're right. You have absolutely identified a primary concern.
So I'd just like to put in a plug for the law school. If they don't have to be lawyers, this is a fabulous partnership opportunity to train advocates in an advocate role and an advising role. You'd have a place to train them, and it just sounds like a really good way to use our law school and to help our law school train its.
Yes, excellent point, Regent Sheehy. And I believe those conversations have happened, and if not, will be happening shortly to see what kind of opportunities there would be there.
Thank you. Before we go to Regent Tuss, Commissioner Christian, do you have a comment?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Regent Sheehy. I just maybe want to go back to your first point, because I think it's an important one for the board to understand and our campuses to understand. Previous administrations have used dear colleague letters. So the Obama era, as you recall, Regent Sheehy, was a dear colleague letter which gave guidance on what their interpretation of existing rules were, where this last process has actually been a negotiated rulemaking. So this is getting debated a bit at the national level as to what does an administrative change mean and how soon. But the reality of it is, you know, it's much more challenging for a new administration coming in to issue a dear colleague type letter, a guidance letter that would completely contradict some of these new processes that have been introduced. If you want to change those, they're going to have to go back through a negotiated rule-making process, which was, you know, frankly, 2.5 years in the making for this round. It's not going to happen overnight. So, yeah, I think you will see, and we have seen over the last couple decades, philosophically sort of shifts from administration to administration. But this step, the rules have made that more challenging. And so I think we are going to have to, regardless of what we think may be coming down the road, it's here now. They've been adopted. We are going to have to adjust to these. The campuses will have to implement what's prescribed, and that includes this advocacy process. So we are absolutely kind of in full steam at the campus level trying to deal with them. We also have to have a process to hear these. We're working at a system level to create an independent person that could help adjudicate cases as they move up through the process. So we've thought a lot about this. We have discussed the law school's participation, absolutely. We've also discussed sort of tapping the Montana's pro bono legal community. There will be some cases, higher stakes, that need, I believe, absolute good, competent advocates to help move these things forward. It's a changed landscape. It will overwhelm us a bit, and we're trying to react to that. But even if we anticipate that it may change back, it's not going to happen before we're going to need to address these. We already have some in the pipeline that will have to come through this new process. And so we're trying to react to that, and we'll see where the rules process goes moving forward.
I just want to point out that I think you just called law students incompetent in comparison with real lawyers.
Regent Sheehy, not my intent, but I understand your point.
I'm gonna tell your brothers.
Yeah.
Thank you. Regent Tuss.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Rogers. Helen, I know that this board is going to be going through Title IX training. I believe it's next month. That's scheduled. Could you give us kind of a reminder of what's currently happening in the system with regard to Title IX? You know, when I look at item number 3 here, training for all new students and all new employees, can you talk to us about what's currently happening at the units of the system right now, and how consistent that is between campuses?
Yes, Madam Chair, Regent Tuss, that's a great question. I will say there is significant training that goes on the campuses in this area. It's required. They have these processes in place to really roll this out already. And so I am less concerned, I think, about the training aspect of it. I think that the campuses are very, very prepared on this and have been doing trainings in this area for a really long time. And I know that with respect to the flagship institutions, that they're, they really spend a significant amount of time on this currently. So there is substantial training going on the campus, and they're working on it all the time. And in fact, just last week, we had some additional discussions about how maybe to make sure that the training is delivered in the best way possible. All of that training for Title IX is actually that we provide is available, has to be posted on the campus websites. So it's very easy for that training to be accessed and will be available for anyone and everyone to take it.
Thank you.
Helen, just knowing that it sounds like the rules came down somewhat recently, is there any certain deadlines that we need to in the system to have our policies, our processes, our procedures sort of formalized so that we remain in compliance with the new rules? And if so, when is that?
Regent Lozar, yes. So the rules took effect on August 14th, 2020. The final rule came out in May. And so really the priority in that very short span of time during a very, also the middle of a pandemic, was to really get the campus policies in place. So they spent an incredible amount of time shoring up the campus policies and going through their processes. And those campus policies were in place before the deadline and are up and running right now. Those are interim policies, so they will need to work through their campus processes, whether it's shared governance or how they adopt their processes to formalize them. And that's where the board's policy will come in. And I think that's really why you're kind of seeing this, here is one option the board could consider. And then I think what we'll do is come back in January with a more formal, maybe a more comprehensive policy. The campuses are really looking for guidance in this area. So it may be something that the board wants to flesh out more for the campuses, but the campus policies are in place and are up and running. And so now we just need to ensure that the board's policy aligns with that.
So just as a follow-up, in terms of the development of updated policy, we would be looking at some options for consideration to take action on in January, or a more formalized process of proposing in it as an information item updated policies in January.
Regent Lozar, I think what we had envisioned was that we would come back and hopefully have the board take action on a policy in January. But I would work through the committee process on this and have the information provided to the board well in advance for everyone to review if that was acceptable.
Thank you, Helen.
Any other questions or comments from regents or others? Okay, thank you so much, Helen, for the presentation. Very helpful. With that, we'll head along to item F, the academic approval memo. I'll turn it over to you, Brock.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, these are are typically fairly brief items here. I did want to spend a minute talking about these two items on our academic approval memo because in my opinion, they represent the kind of flexibility and adaptation that we would like to see in our campuses. The first item is a level 1 item, and it's from Great Falls College. It's about bringing the respiratory therapy program out of moratorium. And I don't know if Dean Wolf or anyone else is on the line. I think I'll take a shot at just kind of explaining what this item is about. And the respiratory therapy item went into moratorium not long ago, I think about a year or so ago. Clearly, this is a program that has seen renewed demand with the COVID pandemic. The challenge with the program before was about student demand. We didn't have the ability to deliver this program to enough students in the Great Falls area alone. So with the help of funding through the GEAR program that was held at the governor's office, in funding distributed to our office for workforce training and remote delivery, Great Falls College led a consortium on the Montana State University side. So now you have a number of different campuses able to tap into new student numbers and new demand among students in Montana and provide the respiratory therapy program through this consortium model. And I think it's a promising way for us to look at collaboration between our campuses and really offering a single program in multiple locations more effectively than we have in the past. And again, many thanks to the governor's office for some of the startup funding that helped make that possible. The second item from Helena College is a redesign of the fire and rescue, or fire and emergency services program. And this changes that program from an Associates of Applied Science to a Certificate in Applied Science, as has been indicated by our local and statewide partners. That is the credential most in demand, not the associate's degree. So that allows some flexibility in terms of credit hours. And Helena College jumped on that opportunity and also really jumped on the opportunity to require work-based learning as part of the certificate program. And I think that that's going to make it much more attractive to students. I think students will leave the certificate program with a lot more hands-on experience and will be ready to hit the ground running as they start as professionals. So I bring these items back, not because they are controversial. They've had good discussion in our committee calls and among the chief academic officers. Great Falls College and Helena College have done a great job of stepping back, reevaluating programs, and then relaunching them in a way that is sustainable from a budget perspective, and I think more more effective from a workforce training perspective. That's the only reason I dove into some more detail there.
Great. I remember when that one originally came through. It's an exciting program. Any questions or comments from the Regents? Great. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, I think we can move along to our strategic priority items.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you. We have 3 items under our strategic priority category. And you'll note this is a slight shift. We are now bifurcating our information items and we have kind of academic review and then strategic priority items. And this is part of our effort to respond to what we've heard from you all as a board, which is that you'd like to set aside more time during board meetings for substantial presentations and substantial discussion around strategic priorities in the Montana University system. And within ARSA, we have a number of priorities, of course. Today, you'll hear about one priority related to, I would say, access and affordability, and in particular, access and affordability for American Indian and other minority students. This, in my opinion, is about attracting students to the promise of higher education and attracting all types of students to the promise of higher education. That presentation will be second. It's from Angela McLean. Our first presentation is really about delivering on the promise of higher education for all students. We talk about student success, and we typically do that uniformly, but in reality, we need to make sure that we're promoting student success across the board for adult learners, for American Indian students, for first generation students, rural, remote students, students in STEM, you get the idea. And Christine Miller, our Director of Student Affairs and Student Engagement, will talk a bit about our student success portfolio in the MUS. And then the third presentation will be from Joe Teal, whom you've already heard from today. He'll talk about research. He'll be joined by Vice Presidents Carter and Wittenberg from Montana State University and the University of Montana. They're going to talk a little bit about research activities in the Montana University system. And I really hope you can listen to that presentation through the lens of reaction to the COVID pandemic and through the lens of workforce training and economic development. Oftentimes we think of research as being this kind of basic abstract endeavor, but in reality, our faculty are outstanding across the state. And I mean outstanding on a global level when it comes to responding to pressing needs like the COVID pandemic, and then also really fueling Montana's economic rebound. So I'll turn it over first to Christine Miller, who will talk about student success strategies.
Thanks, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm going to share with you a little bit about our framework for student success. So rather than diving into one particular project, I'm going to kind of outline what our framework is and how that framework is driving forward our key priorities for student success. And then I am going to kind of gloss a few examples of how that framework is in action and how these multiple projects that we have going on are tied together. So when we talk about student success, and Rebecca or Amy, if you could go to the next slide, please, thank you. When we talk about student success, sometimes that word kind of just becomes like a higher ed jargon word that doesn't really mean that much. And so I really want to like recenter what we mean when we say student success. And for me, that's exactly what Deputy Commissioner Tessman said. It is delivering on the promise of higher education that we make to our students when they come to us and when we talk about what higher education can do for individuals, our community, our state. And unfortunately, that isn't happening for far too many students. And this isn't, this isn't some lack or lack of trying from our institutions or our system. This is the problem that higher education is addressing nationally. And this is particularly true as we seek to increase access. We know that as we increase access, we have different kinds of students who have different kinds of needs, and that we have to adjust some of our institutions and some of our systems and structures within higher ed to be able to better meet those needs. So I think that this graph here is demonstrative of the challenge that we face. And it also gives us some really good ideas of where we can better support students. So what you see here is a graph that shows outcomes in on-time graduation as well as debt for Pell students and all other students. And in those last two columns, you'll see what is of concern, right? And where a lot of our energies are focused. So you'll see students who have dropped out and then students who have dropped out with debt. And those numbers might be a little bit alarming. And again, I just want to reiterate that this is pretty typical of what we'll see across the country when we look at this. You could do breakdown, this is broken down by Pell students, but you could also do breakdowns by other kinds of student background or experiences. And you'd see similar disparities. And as Director McLean will tell you in just a minute, you'll also see some really promising gains and opportunities that are pretty exciting for us. So we know that the interventions and supports we're doing are working. But what I wanted to point out about that is that student success isn't just about getting some students to complete or succeed, but it's an equity question. And that's a key priority for us as we're building out this student success framework. So next slide, please. So you'll see, as in that last chart and in this slide as well, a lot of our work around student success is evidence-based. And so we're using evidence and data about our students and their outcomes to both pinpoint barriers, and we're also using them to identify where are things working and how can we scale that. And so these are just a few examples. There's, of course, a whole range of indicators and data that we're looking at when we think about student success. But I wanted to highlight a few just because I think they're pretty indicative of the main areas of student success approaches that we're pursuing. One of those is academic momentum. You'll see that here in those first and last points. Of course, finances, as I pointed out in that previous slide. Mental health and wellness, as we know, is a huge issue and a huge challenge. And then purpose and belonging. And I think that all of these kind of indicate purpose and belonging in one way or the other. So those are kind of the four big categories of student success that we think about. Next slide, please, Rebecca. So we know that campuses are doing so much and have been doing so much to address these challenges. I think our obligation and our question is what do we do on a system level to address these barriers and challenges and drive forward student success? And these are the kind of key change levers or tools that I think that we have available to us in the system. So I've noted those here: policy change, change management, pilots and demonstrations, scaling and continuous improvement, and then of course partnerships. And you'll see a few examples of all of those on the right-hand side there. So when we, next slide, please. So what I want to show you here through a few examples are how all of these things are working together. So when we know that we have policy as a tool available to us, how does that tie in with these main areas where we know we need to help and support students better? So I'm going to give you a couple examples of how that's working in our system right now. Next slide, please. So one of those is open educational resources. And Rebecca, you can just continue scrolling to the next one. So open educational resources are free or low cost textbooks to address what is a really significant cost of attendance for students. Students pay on average about $1,400 per student per term. So it's a really significant barrier that also has consequences for students' academic performance. As you'll see there's all kinds of research that tells us that a significant portion of students don't purchase textbooks, and that of course impacts their grade negatively. So about a year and a half ago, to address this problem in our state, Ron Muffick in our office pursued a partnership with Trails, which is the academic library consortium in our state, to address this problem. Under the leadership of our statewide coordinator that we hired through that initiative, Christina Trunnell, has done really excellent work in growing this program in our state and making open educational resources more available to our students. In just the first year, students have saved around $140,000. The really great thing about investment in OER is that its impacts are cumulative. So over time, faculty continue to use those free or low cost textbooks and continue to save money. So in this initial investment that we've made alone is projected in 3 years to save students about $1 million. And that will keep on going as long as those students are using, or as long as those faculty are using those same resources. Next slide. So the other area that I wanted to highlight for you, and you can scroll to the next one, please, Rebecca, thanks. The other area I wanted to highlight for you is mental health and wellness. As you know, this is a big issue right now in particular, and has been an ongoing issue that our office and many across campuses have been addressing. We've had a MUS suicide prevention and mental health task force that's been doing a lot of our system work on this, and they've really been doing a lot during the COVID era. And they also have been pursuing some ongoing work. So I think Deputy Commissioner Tessman mentioned this yesterday, but the Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force has been working to get some funding to support some virtual delivery of mental health services. The governor's office has allocated a portion of CARES Act funding to do that, and we're very grateful for that. Two of the main concerns that the task force has pointed out throughout this time is that in virtual and altered in-person environments, it's both more challenging to identify students in distress, and it's more challenging to deliver those services. And so the funding that the system received will support those activities, and of course will also maintain appropriate distancing and allow students to seek services and supports while still being safe. The task force is also pursuing some ongoing projects. We have a partnership with NASPA, which is the National Student Affairs Organization, to administer. We got some funding through them to administer a statewide survey of student mental health and wellness, and that will really help us understand what our student population is experiencing and where we need to provide additional supports. And that's a really exciting project that is, again, it's a statewide project. Our MUS institutions, our tribal institutions, and our private institutions are all participating in that to give a picture of what students are experiencing in our state. Next slide. So the final example that I want to give you of how our student success framework is working is Montana 10. This is a project that I'm very proud of. Yeah, you can go to the next slide. Thanks, Rebecca. And that has been a true team effort on campus's parts, our office's parts, and it's really exciting to share a little bit more with you. So Montana 10, as you'll notice, is an example of how all of these different pieces of the framework are kind of connected into one initiative and one project. As you'll remember, Montana 10 is a pilot project that is about providing comprehensive student supports in areas where students experience the most barriers. But the pilot project is also about building a model that's not only good for students, but that's good for the state. What we are hoping to prove with this model is that with more investment in student supports, we actually have better outcomes and better return on investment. We project that we'll have more degrees at a lower cost per degree. So a really quick update on our cohort, and in the future, I'll share a little bit more with you, but we have welcomed 200 students into our cohort. Recruiting those 200 students during a pandemic was no easy feat, and the admissions and recruitment offices and Montana 10 teams at our campuses have just been heroes in that regard. We have students at 3 institutions at Helena College, University of Montana, and we even have a handful of students at Missoula College. And these teams have really these cohorts of students have thrived, and it is really amazing to hear their stories and the barriers they've overcome and the ways that our teams are helping them. And that's really due to the leadership of Amy Capilupo at University of Montana and Ann Wilcoxon at Helena College. So one of the really cool things about things like Montana 10 is that we build and design these frameworks, and then we get to integrate them with the expertise and innovation and creativity of our faculty and staff at our institutions. This project that you see here on your screen, Necessary Narratives, is one example of that. Necessary Narratives is a project of Virginia Reeves at Helena College. You know, a lot of our students in Montana 10 and a lot of students that need our student success supports like Montana 10 don't necessarily find themselves or see themselves in college, whether they're first generation, whether they're American Indian, whether they're non-traditional students, returning adults, student parents. A lot of our students don't understand themselves as traditional college students. And Virginia's project helps students imagine themselves and kind of claim space for themselves in higher education. And so just as we're asking them to come to us, students are in this project are having the opportunity to kind of write their own story, and they're writing themselves into college. I'd encourage you to give this a listen and hear a little bit more about those stories. And I think that, this is really what student success is about. This is what it means to deliver on the promise for our students. And it's not just those students who are going to come in and complete and be done, but it's those students who we can help support into finding their own path and getting their degree and, being able to pursue their dreams. Next slide, please. So Montana 10 has some really promising early results. Just a minute ago, I saw my 3 times weekly report come up that I'm going to check out here in a minute. And I'm excited to share a little bit more of that data and that progress as we kind of wrap up this term and have some more hard numbers for you. But for now, I'm just going to leave you with this quote. So this is Reagan Hanks, one of our Montana 10 scholars from Missoula College, and she says, "Thank you so much for checking in on me. I cannot express enough to you and the Montana 10 team how much easier you've made my transition from high school to college. I would have absolutely no clue what to do without you guys. I'm doing well. College is better than I could have ever imagined it to be." And I think that that's saying something not just about Montana 10 or but this student is having a better experience in college than she could have imagined during a global pandemic. I'm happy to stand for questions or discussion.
Thank you so much, Director Miller. What a great presentation. Questions and comments from the Regents? Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Regent Rogers. Director Miller, I really appreciate your efforts to make virtual mental health services a possibility, and also to the textbook issue. I can definitely confirm that that's been a problem in the past. I realize that the cost of textbooks is relative, but I've always found accounting textbooks to be extremely expensive. So you picked a good topic to focus on. I wanted to know if the task force has been focusing their efforts on helping students to find internships and preparing for careers in our pandemic world. And if you could speak to that, that would be great. Thanks.
Yeah, so the suicide, do you mean the Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force or the Montana 10?
The Montana 10, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So one of the kind of key and core ideas behind Montana 10 is that when we invite students onto our campuses, part of our goal and part of our work is to help them develop a sense of purpose in pursuing their degree, and that those degrees are of quality. And part of what that means, of course, is that they're academically rigorous and all of that. But also part of what that means is that those degrees have value out in the world once they graduate. And to be able to do that, we need to help students kind of match their own career interests up with what is available to them when they go out in the world. And that's one of the 10 supports of Montana 10 is career development. Early in the program in students' first year, that looks like doing interest inventories. That looks like meeting with advisors. That looks like trying to do some career exploration activities. And as students progress further along through their degree program, they will participate and have support in pursuing activities like internships, doing all of those career development things that we want to see them do as they're developing that sense of purpose.
Great, thank you.
Director Miller, I have 2 questions. I do want to listen to Kyle's story, and just in case members of the public are having the similar issue, when I click on it, I'm asking for a password.
Yeah, so thanks for noting that, Regent Rogers. Let me connect with Virginia and just make sure that we can open that up for people to see and share. Thanks for noting that.
Perfect, thank you. And then Montana 10 project is so exciting and is demonstrating so many exciting outcomes in the mental health sphere. I'm just wondering if there are any other, if resources weren't a concern or something like that. Are there other systems across the US that are utilizing things that are having exceptional outcomes that we maybe don't have access to yet here in Montana, or you'd like to see us move in that direction?
Yeah, so this is a really good question. I think that as I look at our campuses and as I look across the country at the real challenge that campuses face in student mental health, I see people grappling with this. Like, we know this is an issue. What is it that we do about this? I feel like our system and our institutions are actually positioned pretty well. I guess I'll highlight kind of two things that I think are really valuable about our system's approach. And one of those is that we, under Director Muffick's leadership, a few years ago, the task force developed a set of recommendations. And those recommendations are based on kind of best practices across the country. So they're informed by things like the Judd Foundation, which is one of the national leaders in college student mental health. They're informed by, clinical best practices. And so having that system structure in place, that we have a set of recommendations that campuses are checking in on, which we will do this year. We were kind of slated to do that this year with our Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Summit, but obviously there are reasons why we didn't have that this fall. But having a structure for campuses to check in on those recommendations, and not as a checkup on what they're doing, but as a way to identify what kinds of barriers institutions are facing and being able to meet those kind of those best practices. And then the second thing is that as we learn more and more about mental health, we know that clinical services are such a vital and really important piece of addressing college student mental health. But we also know that that's not the only piece. And so as we continue to do our work around student mental health, what we're really aiming to do with the task force is to build systems and supports that address mental health and wellness in kind of a comprehensive, holistic care model. So we want to have wellness supports and help provide all kinds of supports and activities and strategies and a framework, really, to be able to address that whole range of mental health experiences, so that we're not just on this far end of providing interventions in more acute crisis modes. And I think that model is another kind of industry best practice. And actually OPI, the Office of Public Instruction in Montana, has a really good model for that. And we're in communication with that office and trying to think through what does that look like in a higher ed space.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's just the topic is so top of mind with Montana right back up at the top of the suicide rate percentage. And I think as a state, this is going to be a big topic of discussion for the years going forward with this pandemic, within a pandemic, the outcomes of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think that if it sounds like we're doing a great job as a system, and maybe that's a great opportunity for us to discuss that publicly as well, about how, while this is this case in Montana, we're trying to move the needle independently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'll also say that college, that is true, that Montana is kind of, ranks first, second, third, kind of year over year in national suicide rates. But I'll also say, and something that I want to, remind people of, and that I think is really important, is that college is actually a protective environment. And so if you look at mental illness rates or suicide rates of like populations who are not enrolled in higher ed and who don't attend campuses, you'll find that those are higher outside of the higher ed space. And so, and that's not by accident, right? Like, our campuses and our institutions do a lot to support students. There's more work to do, but I think that that's a really positive sign, actually, and credit to the work that our campuses do and our clinicians and counseling and psychological services and our leadership do in making this a priority.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Other questions or comments? Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you, Director Miller. This is fabulous work on the mental health side. Of course, it touches me sort of sitting in the healthcare world. Just a gentle sort of maybe appeal for really integrating virtual. I know it's difficult. I know it feels sometimes like it isn't as effective, but we're going to have to go there for a whole lot of reasons outside of the pandemic. And so we've challenged ourselves to say, how can we make sure that the virtual visit is sort of part of a continuum of wraparound services, that it's not just until we get out of the pandemic, or it's substandard, but really a key part of that. And I'm sure you have access to resources that at least in the higher ed world. And secondly, I do agree that college is protective, and our data would suggest that those that are not in higher ed really are the higher rates of suicide. So you sort of wonder, what's that preventative strategy, or how can you get through whatever effort, whether it's Montana 10 or the task force, to sort of think about inviting even at-risk individuals into a conversation about their future, which we know is a piece of what individuals don't feel like they have, as unfortunately they contemplate suicide. And so I think it's just outstanding, and I think it's exactly a piece of this continuum of healthcare for Montanans, and also for sort of the disadvantaged Montanans. So again, thank you for your work.
Yeah, thank you so much for those comments. And I really think that that's smart to look ahead and think about how we can build sustainable models of mental health and wellness services and programming, so that even after whatever this after time is of the pandemic, that we have those supports for, things like Director Teal, like as we expand our e-learning, that's a kind of a necessary component of that too. So I think that's really smart and a good suggestion. Thank you.
Chair Rogers, I just have a comment. I just didn't want this to get lost in the weeds here. On the open educational resources, I know this was an initiative that Director Muffick brought to the board maybe a couple of years ago, knowing that affordability is is goal number one. Success in affordability is goal number one for the board. I'm just really pleased to see the cost savings. $144,000 is significant, and $1 million over 3 years is significant. So just kudos to the team for making this a reality. But I wanted to focus in on that purple circle in the slide, I think slide 7, that we didn't talk about as much, which I think is particularly important in this initiative, and maybe wasn't initially the driving force of OER, and that is the success component of providing reduced rates or free tuition and resources to students. And the students using OER have higher grades and lower DFW rates. I think this is just a great example of some creative thinking within the team and the type of results that we want to see. And I think it also underscores, when the board really puts focus and OCHI puts focus into things that we know are going to have specific impacts on students, the outcomes are there. So this is just more of a kudos. Thank you for continuing to make sure that we're thinking about affordability for students and overall student success.
Thanks, Chair Lozar. Yeah, this is a really, it's exciting to share this because it's really good work. And I really have to highlight our statewide coordinator, Christina Trennell, and the Trails Consortium. They really have been leaders in doing so much for this. On that point you raised, I also it's not in the slide, but I wanted to note that those higher grades and lower DFW rates are even better for Pell students, which you could see why. So, if you think that Pell students or low income students aren't purchasing textbooks more than their non-low income peers, right? Like that they would see better outcomes. And I think that, just as this is about affordability, about success, it's also about the other key priority of ours, which is equity.
Regent Tuss.
Yeah, thank you, Regent Rogers. My question is, how are we marketing this, or how are we letting folks know that this is part of what we provide? You know, if I'm a parent of a student that's about to go to the university system, and I have some trepidation about, you know, are they going to fit in? They have some concerns about, are they going to keep up? But not knowing that these resources are available might prohibit them from enrolling. And so how are we getting the word out about this kind of the added value that we're providing to families throughout Montana at all of our campuses through these programs?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So, I mean, I think the OER specifically, our program, our statewide program is 1.5 years old. And I think that our coordinator would tell you that the kinds of results and the kinds of engagement that we're seeing would be indicative of a program that's much older and more established. So that's really positive. I think we have a lot of work to do in telling this story and sharing with our students. I don't know if Director Lemon is listening, but I'm hoping that this can be highlighted as part of our portal as it takes shape, and to be able to share with students that this is an opportunity. One of our key priorities that we'll start pursuing that's kind of a long-term project, but one of the things that this initiative will start pursuing in its next year is figuring out and building a system to indicate low or no cost course materials at registration time for students. So that when they register for courses, they'll see, you know, they might have a choice between different sections, and they'll be able to see which ones have low or no cost. And so that will be one avenue. Again, that's a pretty long-term project that will take a lot of technology and a lot of work, but that is definitely a priority for this initiative.
Thank you. Any other questions from the Regents? Well, we're perfectly timed. Thank you so much, Director Miller. Really appreciate that presentation. We're somehow perfectly timed to return back to our action item D. And if we have President Bodner on the line, we'll turn it over in just a moment. There we are, perfect. So item D, so now it's my honor to turn over to President Bodner for this request to appoint Doug Emlin as Regents Professor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. It is an incredible honor today for me to nominate, alongside his peers and his students, Dr. Doug Emlin as Regents Professor of Evolutionary Biology at the University of Montana. As you'll see in a moment during a video that we will play, Dr. Emlin is a world-renowned researcher. He is a beloved teacher and mentor, and he's a dedicated public servant who's not only advanced his field, but he's made his field accessible to all. He epitomizes what we want to see in our faculty members. He has consistently been a champion for for our students, and for public education nationally. Dr. Emlin is an internationally recognized evolutionary biologist. He is an expert in behavioral ecology and developmental biology. You know, his lists of accolades goes on and on and on. And you'll hear in a moment more about some of his scientific accomplishments and his tremendous influence on the field of evolutionary biology. You know, as we nominate Regents professors, having seen this for a couple of years now, we often highlight, appropriately so, the impact of these scholars in their specific fields, in their disciplines. And Dr. Emlin has had a tremendous impact in his field. He is incredibly respected by his peers, and his research has advanced the reaches of knowledge within his field. But what is, I think, so special about Dr. Emlen is how he has found this unique way to make his research accessible to the layperson, to the broader public. Many of you know, and you'll see that Dr. Emlen's work has been featured on PBS's NOVA program. And each of our regents, you did receive a gift package, or you will soon, from us here at the University of Montana. And included in those packages are copies of 2 of Dr. Emlen's books, both of which are accessible to the public, and one of which is tailored specifically for children to understand, and it's called Beetle Battles. It is a fun read, and makes this really leading edge research accessible to the youngest among us, and invites them to get excited about science in impactful ways. This is what we mean when we talk about impact in research, and Dr. Emlen epitomizes that. But our faculty, as you well know, are focused on excellence in 3 domains: teaching, research, and service. And often in our Regents professor presentations, we talk, again, rightfully so, about their impact on research. But our very best professors excel in all 3 of those fields. And Dr. Emlen absolutely does. In fact, last spring, just before the start of the pandemic, when I was speaking actually to an honors class, and I was talking a little bit about the university, about leadership in general, and then invited questions from the group. And one of the questions actually was, well, as the university thinks about hiring and supporting faculty members, how do you balance the trade-off between having professors who are great researchers and professors who are great teachers? And I actually said to our students, I said, I think that's actually a false dichotomy. I think often some of our very best researchers are also our best teachers. And the students looked at me and I said, I want to share one example of that. And I said, how many of you know Professor Doug Emlen? And the nods of recognition is like, oh, that's right. He is that. And I said, because you know him as a great teacher. But let me tell you about his impact in research in the field. And it was just such a great example of how Dr. Emlen is on the one hand doing this again, transformative research, and is up there actively. And when you watch this guy teach a class, like, he's sweating at the end of it. He is so engaged with these students. His energy level is tremendous, and they just resonate with him. And so I think it's really important as we recognize Regents professors to talk about their teaching impact, because I think that's a unique part about the University of Montana. And I tell students that is that we have researchers at the leading edge of their fields. Dr. Emlen could be, frankly, at any institution in the United States, but being here, he chooses to be here. And our students benefit from being in here because he's also in the classroom working directly with them, and he's passionate about it. And I would be remiss if I didn't share with this group the incredible efforts of Doug Emlen on that third pillar of service. And I just want to relay one more story, and this was from March, as we were dealing in the immediate days of the pandemic. Late one afternoon, I got a call from Governor Bullock, who said, "Hey, we'd really love for UM to start exploring ways we can ramp up testing capacity." And I immediately called our vice president for research, Dr. Scott Wittenberg, and actually he was in another meeting. I wasn't able to talk to him immediately, but my next call was to Doug Emlen, and actually caught him. I think he was hiking up a hill near his house, and he said, "Well, let me sprint back down, and I'll get our genomics core going immediately." And within an hour, we had a call with Doug, 3 of our top researchers across the university, Vice President Wittenberg, and mapping out a plan to try to serve not just this university, but the state of Montana. Dr. Emlen rallied his peers, and his ability to do so because of their respect for him was tremendous. And they dropped everything to say, what can we do to step in here and help? And Dr. Emlin serves on our university design team. He's helping to chart the future of our humanities and science, our College of Humanities and Sciences. And he's a regular, passionate contributor every single week on our campus planning and response groups calls. We have an hour-long call, and Dr. Emlin's insight and guidance as we as a campus have shaped our approach to COVID-19 has been invaluable. Doug Emlin is a rare talent. He's a valued friend to me and to so many others, whose incredible and generous mind and contagious enthusiasm for learning again, represent everything that is the best of the University of Montana and the Montana University system. I cannot think of anyone more worthy and deserving of this honor. And I welcome you to please watch a short video highlighting Dr. Emlin's incredible career. Somebody's gonna play it. There we go.
Doug Emlin is a scientific powerhouse. His research on the evolution of animal weapons has international recognition. His articles are widely cited, his work respected, and his influence on the scientific community is immense. He's also a gifted communicator, both orally and in writing, and is dedicated to translating science to people of all ages. His enthusiasm and boundless energy are infectious, especially when he's sharing fascinating aspects of science with the broader public. One of his books, Animal Weapons, won the Phi Beta Kappa Science Book Award and led to both a BBC television program and a Nova show. Dr. Emlin is a widely sought speaker on the international stage. Dr. Emlin is also a talented educator, a devoted mentor, a hardworking colleague, and a diehard member of the UM family. I cannot think of a better person to receive the honor of becoming the Regents Professor at the University of Montana. Congratulations, Doug.
I'm very happy that Doug Emlin is our next Regents Professor at the University of Montana. In addition to being the first Montanan to ever receive the U.S. Presidential Early Career Award in Science and Engineering, Doug is also the first scholar from any institution in Montana to be elected to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Doug has earned more than $2.5 million in research awards from the National Science Foundation, including their 5-year career award, which is very prestigious, as well as the Young Investigator Prize and the E.O. Wilson Naturalist Award from the American Society of Naturalists. In 2014, he was awarded UM's Distinguished Teaching Award, and in 2015, the Carnegie Case Professor of the Year Award for the state of Montana. His textbook, Evolution, Making Sense of Life, is currently used by more than 250 universities and colleges. His research has been featured in outlets including the New York Times, NPR, The Science Show, and many others. Doug Emlin is an incredible representative of the University of Montana and is overwhelmingly qualified to serve as a Regents Professor.
I first met Dr. Emlin while I was a master's student in Paris. I planned to complete my PhD in France at the time, but instead I came to UM specifically to work with Professor Emlin. Professor Emlin is a leader in the field of evolutionary biology and a dedicated mentor. He spends an incredible amount of time with his grad students, guiding our research plans and helping us rehearse, reframe talks, build collaboration, and edit our writing. For example, he not only helped me connect with researchers so I could safely study the thorny devil stick insects in the hardly accessible and very dangerous forests of Papua New Guinea, but he also spent countless hours helping me craft grant proposals that fully funded this exceptional trip. Professor Emlin is an outstanding teacher and researcher, and his passion for science and the natural world is truly infectious. He makes the University of Montana and the American Academy of Research in general shine internationally, and I can all but guarantee that he will do so even more as a Regent Professor.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that wonderful video. I think at this time, most appropriately, it would be to turn it over to Chair Lozar to handle the public comment and the vote.
Thank you, Regent Rogers and President Bodner, for the wonderful overview of the contributions of Dr. Emlyn, and for the production of that beautiful video. It's the Regents Professor is the most prestigious distinction for faculty in the Montana University system, and it gives me great joy to entertain a motion right now to approve the appointment of Doug Emlyn as the Regents Professor this year.
Regent Tuss is moving, but he's got a, there you go.
I would so move.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Tuss. Are there any discussions or comments from members of the board? Is there any discussion or comments from the campuses? Is there any public comment?
Like Regent Sheehy.
Oh, Regent Sheehy.
I apologize for my late in. Apparently the regents aren't evolved enough to use the mute button correctly. I just want to add my congratulations on this appointment. It's such an honor to have you represent us, Professor. I mean, it's incredible hearing about what you do and hearing from students. This is one of the best parts of being a regent is learning that there are people like you in our system. And so thank you very much.
Is there any additional comment? Any additional comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. And the motion passes. Congratulations, our newest Regents Professor, Dr. Doug Emlyn.
Mr. Chair, I now would like to invite the University of Montana's newest Regents Professor to please join me at the podium, Dr. Doug Emlyn. And to present to him both his certificate and his medallion. Dr. Emlyn, congratulations. We are so honored and so proud.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you. I have a half an hour, right? I'm kidding. I do want to say thank you. I want to thank all of you for voting on this. I want to thank the nominating people who put so much effort into this. I want to thank my colleagues for the kind words that they just said on my behalf in that video. I have to say I feel very lucky right now, which is a very weird thing to say in the middle of a pandemic. But I really do. I feel lucky to have a loving family beside me. I feel lucky to have been able to build my career here in the midst of an amazing group of colleagues. Leaders in their field in terms of the impact of their research, truly one of the top 10 programs in the world, yet a faculty who are also compassionate and generous and supportive. So another family, if you want to call it that. And I feel lucky to be at the University of Montana. I am very proud to be a Grizz. I love this place, for those of you that don't already know that about me. And I'm proud to stand beside the other Regents professors, both here at the University of Montana and at Montana State University. It's a truly inspirational team of scholars. And I look forward to working with them to help lift our campuses up into the national spotlight, which is where we all know that these campuses belong. So I know everything is kind of turned on its head right now. And I have to be honest, all of this feels a little bit surreal due to the distancing and Zoom and masks and all of that. But I want you to know that I do appreciate what this means. And I promise I will not squander this. I will continue to strive to be a passionate and positive advocate for science, for the University of Montana, and for the larger mission of higher education in this amazing state. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Emlyn, and congratulations. We will turn it back over to you, back over to the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. Chair Rogers.
Thank you so much, Chair Lozar. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, are we set to move ahead to Director McLean for our AMA update?
Chair Rogers, I believe so. I believe Angela's on and ready to give some really positive news with respect to American Indian and minority achievement. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Good morning. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, Madam Chair, members of the board. Great to see all of you this morning. The framework for student success and its components like mental health, OER, Project 10, and so much more, just presented to you by Christine, are critical for each of our students, as that framework will help us at the Office of the Commissioner and each of our team members across the MUS campuses be most prepared to deliver on the promise of post-secondary education. American Indian student success is an important component of the student success efforts, and a very important part of the AMA framework is the importance of having cabinet level and department leaders as a single point of contact for American student success efforts across our campuses. In September, you heard a short update from me on our American Indian student success data from 2016. Today, I am here to present an even deeper dive into the data coming out of the American Indian Student Success Dashboard, reflecting access and success. Now, while 100% is always our target when it comes to student retention, completion, and graduation, I think it is important to reflect on the data and the strategies that played a key role in growing American Indian student success across our campuses. For today's presentation, I will provide you data from the American Indian Student Success Dashboard. I will also use this time to ensure you are aware of the strategies the AMA Council, in concert with our campuses, are employing to support American Indian student success. Rebecca, will you please move to the next slide? Thank you. This slide shows the growth in American Indian student enrollment. This is the access effort referenced by Dr. Tessman in his opening remarks. Last year, we were at 5.5% of the overall MUS population. Today, we are at 5.8%. The AMA Council will work in subcommittees to examine ways to continue to grow this number and cross the 6% threshold. And that is so very important, because with each step we take, we grow closer to getting to a place where American Indian students make up 6% or more of our population, just like they make up the Montana population across the state. As you can see, both of the flagships enjoyed enrollment gains, along with a number of other campuses. In fact, Brad Hall, Tribal Outreach Specialist at the University of Montana, worked with folks across campus to reach out to and visit high schools across the state to encourage students to consider the University of Montana. The University of Montana Western also saw American Indian enrollment growth. Eileen Cohen heads the American Indian Student Success Center there, and Vicki Howard is moving ahead with successful 2+2s in educator prep with Blackfeet Community College and Little Bighorn Community College. To further support American Indian student enrollment growth, the Student Success Dashboard recently saw a new addition, and I think it might behoove you, and you might find it fun at some point, to go take a look. This component of the dashboard will allow campuses to explore each county in Montana and determine how many American Indian students from each county went to their campus or to campuses across the state. Additionally, to see continued advances in enrollment, as you heard yesterday, I'm working closely with Director Lemon. Through the college application events, I could track each day where our students were applying from. St. Ignatius High School has had 100% of their high school seniors complete post-secondary applications for each of the last 2 years. As such, when we were looking to bring on new members of the AMA Council, the commissioner invited St. Ignatius principal Sean Hendrickson to join our important work and share insight into his successful practices. Next slide, please. You've often heard me say that it is not enough to just get students into the door, that we must do everything in our power to ensure students are retained. As such, this slide is another important data point. The MUS saw a slight increase in retention overall from 53.1% to 54.9%. Again, 100% is always our goal, but this data has allowed our campuses to examine practices they may have employed last spring to ensure that students returned this fall. The 2-year retention rate, which is featured on the slide, increased from 44.2% to 49.5% this year. Further, flagship retention increased over the last year by almost 3 full percentage points. Campus-level student success strategies that are undoubtedly contributing to retention efforts of American Indian students may include MSU's effort to expand academic points of contact led by Ariel Donahue, Northern's Nasanti program headed by Dr. Margaret Campbell, and in general, an approach employed quite widely last spring was outreach to every single American Indian student, which happened on a number of our campuses across the Montana University system. Next slide, please. This slide highlights bachelor's graduation rates by cohort. 4- and 6-year graduation rates continue to rise. If you take a look at the circle on the left of the slide, you will see an increase of 9.8% on the 4-year cohort rate. While these rates show an increase, we know we still have work to do to close the gap between American Indian graduation rates and the rates of their non-native counterparts across the system. Because of the AIMA Council's professional development component, we are confident we are growing the understanding necessary to increasingly provide more supports in a strategic way for our American Indian students that will undoubtedly allow for more opportunities for us to deliver on the promise of that post-secondary credential. Next slide, please. The slide you're looking at now reflects associates graduation rates. The 2-year graduation rate, as you can see, is holding steady, and the 4-year graduation rate is, as you can see, increasing steadily over the last couple of years. Our 2-year campuses are working tirelessly to employ innovative strategies like the American Indian Scholars Program at FVCC, led by Leslie Green, and led by Catherine Meyer at Great Falls College. Next slide, please. This slide shows the American Indian completion rates across the MUS by each individual campus. There was a slight increase in overall completion across the MUS, and currently American Indian students make up 4.5% of all completers compared to 4.3% last year. Please move to the next slide. Now, what you see here is overall American Indian student enrollment, along with American Indian students who are qualifying for and receiving Pell Grants. Additionally, you can see system-wide use of the American Indian student tuition waiver. An AIMA Council subcommittee will take a close look at these 3 pieces of data to better understand the nature of what the data shows us and what we can do about it. Before I move to the next slide, part of what the AIMA Council included in the dashboard was the number of American Indian employees on each of our campuses in the Montana University system. In 2017 to 18, there were 275 employees, or 2.6% of our system-wide faculty and staff, who identified as American Indian. Today, there are 314 employees, or 3% of our system-wide faculty and staff, who identified as American Indian. So we're seeing gains in our employees all across the system as well. Next slide, please. While we're seeing good news on so many data fronts, I, along with the AIMA Council, know that our work is far from complete and we must use every tool at our disposal to deliver on the promise of an MUS credential. So what's next for us? We will engage campus CEOs, CAOs, SAOs, and so many more folks to ensure the conversation about American Indian student success belongs to every single one of us. And as of Wednesday, we established 4 separate subcommittees of the AIMA Council to examine the data and determine best practices to continue growth along the data points, and then bring forth recommendations aimed at maintaining this growth to you and to the commissioners. Finally, on our AIMA Council call Wednesday, Ariel Donahue of Montana State University spoke about a Thankmas meal, which has become a holiday tradition at Montana State. To extend that tradition, I want to express my sincere appreciation to the commissioner, to the deputy commissioners, to our entire OT team, and to each of you as regents, and to every single member of the AIMA Council for giving your time and your talents so that others may rise. With that, I conclude my presentation and open it up for any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Director McLean. What questions do we have? Questions or comments from the Regents?
Yeah, Chair Rogers, just a couple comments. A great presentation, Director McLean. Certainly looks like, matriculation rates are increasing, retention rates are increasing, new strategies are being deployed. So we very much thank you for your leadership and working with our American Indian students. I just wanted to give some kudos to the principal there at St. Ignatius, Sean Hendrickson, for the 100% over the last couple of years for college applications. That's a big deal, and it's a big win to have Sean on the AMA Council. So I know he'll contribute in meaningful ways to the council. I just wanted to also note that the importance of that increase of faculty and staff, of American Indian faculty and staff across the system. I know there's a significant body of research that shows that there's increased success when you're being taught and engaged with people that look like you and understand your background. So kudos to the efforts being done and making our Montana University system an environment for all staff and faculty. So job well done.
Thank you, Chair Lothar. Any other questions or comments from the Regents? Thank you so much for the wonderful work, Director McLean, and for the wonderful presentation. Thank you. And I think now we'll go to Director Teal for our research update.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, really excited to provide an annual research update to you today. Joined, I believe, by Dr. Jason Carter from Montana State University and Dr. Scott Wittenberg from the University of Montana. And I just want to start out by commenting on what an important time it is to be talking about and valuing our research faculty and the research that goes on our campuses. You heard Regents Professor Emlin, heard other stories of the impact, the vital impact that having these researchers has had on our state's coronavirus response, also on the national and international coronavirus response. And I just can't emphasize enough. I think that we'll provide a couple more examples of how vitally important research has been for our state through this time. I think we're also going to provide an update in terms of how that's built on historic growth in research activities on our campuses. And I really want to emphasize that that growth in research expenditures is more than dollars and cents. It really does produce new opportunities for our students to do cutting edge science. It produces new innovations on problems that we previously thought were intractable. And I want to emphasize it's more and more going to be the linchpin in how we develop new economic opportunities in Montana. And Amy, if we can go to the next slide. And I think a lot of that has grown out of an inflection point, really, of a first of its type investment by state government in research. And that was the first MReady, $15 million from the state legislature in 2015 to support 11 projects that were truly aligned with some of our state's greatest needs and some of our greatest future opportunities when it comes to a new innovation economy. You know, whether it's leveraging optics and new sensors to do precision agriculture and increase the yields of crops for farmers across Montana, or using drones to more effectively map wildfire in real time to adjust how we respond to fires, or addressing some of our most pressing health challenges like traumatic brain injury or mental health. MReady really built our capacity in all of these areas. And if we can go to the next slide, it had some pretty astounding outcomes and impacts. So this slide is tracking the outcomes just over 2 years. So at the end of 2017, this $15 million state investment had led to $57 million in further grants received by the research groups who were funded. 12 new Montana businesses, 18 new patents, hundreds of new jobs. And if we can go to the next slide, I think it also is a key explainer of a truly historic increase in our faculty's competitiveness on the national stage for federal research grants. We have seen enormous growth in Montana's research competitiveness. To put it in perspective, since 2015, annual research expenditures in the university system have grown by more than $90 million a year. It's the first time this year that we have more than $250 million in research expenditures as a system. It's the first time this year that we have 2 campuses with more than $100 million in research expenditures. And in terms of our region, we attract more in federal funding, 50% more than Idaho, about double what South Dakota and Wyoming receive. And that means a lot more broadly in terms of new experiences for students, new high-tech industries that are interested in siting in Montana because we have the innovations and we are producing the talent in terms of our student populations. And also means, again, opportunities to build a new economy for Montana. And I think I'm going to turn over to Dr. Carter and Dr. Wittenberg now to kind of walk you through some examples of that broader impact that comes from this increased competitiveness attracting federal grants on the national stage.
Thanks a lot, Joe, for setting the stage there. And Chair Rogers and members of the board, it's a pleasure to be here to talk to you a little bit about some of the research and how it's driving innovation and economic development in the state of Montana and beyond. I'm going to share one slide here, and then Scott's going to share a couple, and then I'll be back. But this first one right here is really to give you a sense of the economic development activities that have been occurring at Montana State University for some time now. So this, if it's hard to see up at the top, that dates all the way back to 1987. And these are all of the companies that have been spun out of the university, started through the innovation and entrepreneurship of our faculty and of our students, both at the graduate and undergraduate levels, that have contributed to this world-class research that's happening. And in color, you can see some themes kind of jumping out at the screen, right? We know that in this COVID-based world that we live in right now, biotech companies are thriving, but biotech has always thrived, and it's thrived in Montana. And you can see that time and time again. And I know Scott's going to talk a little bit about that from the UM side as well. But you can see that the yellow bars there represent biotech companies that have come out of Montana State. And it's been there all the way to the back in the mid 80s, and it's accelerating, as you can see, exponentially in the upper right hand of that curve over the last 5 years. I highlight at the very top our most recent biotech company, Blake Wiedenheft, who many of you might know is a world-class faculty member in our microbiology and immunology program. And Blake received a $1.2 million venture capital fund investment for some of his work on virus detection systems. So Blake was one of the very first in the country to go out and determine that you could detect COVID in wastewater. And he was right there racing with folks from MIT and other universities to do that. And there's been a huge uptick in interest from him and his research across the country. In addition to biotech, though, any portfolio should be, should be diverse. And you can see other companies. We have a real strength here at Montana State in our optics and photonics area. Agriculture being the land-grant university of the state, and then an emerging area that you see is software, and I expect that to grow exponentially with our computer science program and other areas across the university. So the point of this slide is to just show you that the universities, the research-intensive universities, it's baked into our DNA to be entrepreneurial and innovative, and research drives that. And there's this spectrum of where that starts. And the M-Ready proposal that we're going to talk about addresses some really important gaps, because it begins with a great idea on a napkin often. And then it has to transition into some sort of beta testing, prototyping, pilot testing, and then it needs to make its way into the commercialization world. And that is a very big spectrum, and there are several gaps, or what we call valleys of death in there. And we have a lot of fortune in that we are able to sometimes bridge that gap, but not always. And so we're really encouraged by what's happening on Montana States. And what I couldn't show you in this slide that I'm very proud of, that I've shown at our faculty Senate meetings and other meetings, is that women entrepreneurship is on the rise. We have a lot more female faculty that are getting involved in patents and entrepreneurial activities. And I look forward to hopefully having a chance to share more of that with you in the future. I'll turn it over to Scott.
So thank you, Jason, and Madam Chair, members of the board. I wanted to highlight two different areas of focus that we have at the university in terms of our research and the areas which have been quite successful. The first is in health and medicine. As you may have seen, the university recently received our largest single research award in our history, $33 million over 5 years. That award was to our Center for Translational Medicine. It's addressing one of the big concerns we have for the state, and that's for opioid abuse. About half of the deaths due to drug abuse in Montana are due to opioid abuse. And CTM has been working for a couple of years now on a vaccine for opioids. And it's actually going out to clinical trials. They also received a supplement on their projects to do development of adjuvants for vaccines for COVID. The adjuvants they develop are small molecules that you can add to these vaccines that increase their efficacy. And that means that you can do lower doses, which means greater availability for the vaccines that are developed. And actually all of the vaccines that were going through the National Institutes of Health were coming to the University of Montana to look at our adjuvant development. That's also not only been just the CTM, but also other faculty across campus have joined in on that project. And so we've done a lot of work in COVID-19 and addressing that issue. And that helped us land on some lists. And you see one in the upper right-hand corner for best universities for solving the coronavirus pandemic. And that's a pretty prestigious list of universities that we're with. Another project's in the bottom left-hand corner. That's a company called Fire Diagnostics that started out of two researchers out of the University of Montana, Sarge Patel and Tom Rao. And initially they got MReady funding out of the first round to do neuroscience. And when COVID hit, they changed their effort to put more emphasis on development for testing for COVID. And they now do testing for COVID in the Missoula area. And in the bottom right-hand corner, when COVID hit, some of our researchers came to me out of our genomics center and they said, well, we have a PCR here, we have expertise in it, and can we do something related to testing for COVID for the state of Montana? And so we worked with them to develop then a CLIA certified lab that can now do 2,000 tests a week for the state. And I think that shows the importance of having research institutions in the state, because that gives us the instrumentation and the expertise that we need, not only from our faculty, but from our graduate students to address issues as they come up for the state. On our next slide is our project in which we also received some funding recently. This is an expansion of our Mesonet project, which is run through the Climate Office here at the university. And what Mesonet does is it puts up stations around the state to measure soil moisture, snowfall, wind, other weather events. And what the federal agency saw is that this also can be used to measure flood probabilities throughout the states that you see on the right. And so they approached us to set up a project to do flood predictions for that region. And not only have they awarded the $22 million to us to do this project, but they've funded in the other 5 states, for the total of the 5 states. And they awarded us the project then to manage that 5-state region. And a couple things I really want to point out of there is, if you look at, you probably can't read it in the bottom of the slide, but the number of the state and the federal agencies that are partners in this project, and also a partnership with MSU in this with Bruce Maxwell. The other thing I should have said on the previous slide, don't go back, but just let you know, Fire Diagnostics and Inimmune, which is a company that spun out of the Center for Translational Medicine, recently received venture capital funding. We have a number of our companies in our business incubator Montech that receive venture capital funding. In fact, we've received about $60 million in venture capital funding for the companies in Montech in the last 5 years. And I think we'll hand it over to Jason.
Thanks, Scott. So I want to end this segment by really sharing with you what I feel is in these difficult moments and times, one of the feel-good moments of the university system. and that is the involvement of our faculty to help the state in its COVID testing efforts. Up in the upper right-hand portion of this slide, you'll see Michelle Flanagan and Blake Wiedenheft. I highlighted Blake previously, but the two of them, along with several other faculty, were very early on raising their hands for the state, saying, we have the personnel, we have the equipment, we would love to be able to help in this pandemic. And at the time, the state asked us to enable other technologies and other healthcare organizations to succeed. And so we worked with Bozeman Health Deaconess at that time to partner with them. We relocated one of our qPCR machines over there, but more importantly than the machine was the personnel. And Scott touched on this earlier. It's really the people that matter. These are highly technical skills to be able to run qPCR and running them in a hot zone with a virus like COVID. And so we were able to very rapidly work and partner with Bozeman Deaconess to enable them to start direct testing over at the hospital so that it would tax less of the system at the state. That worked for a while, and then we hit July, and as many of you know the story there, the state was having problems with turnaround time on testing. Governor Bullock and General Quinn approached us about seeing if we could at first begin with some sentinel surveillance, and that would have not required any CLIA certification or anything like that. 3 or 4 days later, the ask was, could we pursue CLIA certification, and could we start helping in the diagnostic sense? And so what you're seeing in that middle portion there is around mid-July, we solicited the help of Dr. Seth Walk and Dr. Deborah Kyle, who helped to open up a CLIA certified COVID testing diagnostic lab here at Montana State. At first, we delivered 200 tests a day. We scaled it to 500 tests a day, then to 1,000 tests a day, and we are now at a steady state of 1,500 tests per day. And I really just want to put that into perspective, and I double checked with General Quinn to make sure that this number was accurate. The state lab in Helena can usually run about 12 to 1,300 tests per day. And so the fact that we have an R1 university that is able to rapidly meet the needs of the state, I don't think there's ever been a time in recent history where the state has benefited from having a research intensive university and universities across its system. You look back at what Joe presented of having over $250 million in research, that's equipment and that's people. And that was very rapidly retroed to be able to help the state and the citizens of Montana. And we're extremely proud of that. Finally, most recently, we received a $760,000 grant from the governor's call for enabling the next generation of testing within the state. We're right now in the process of validating for the state the opportunity to go from nasal to saliva testing. And I can tell you, I just had a call with the investigative team this week that is doing that, and the sensitivity specificity analyses are exceeding even our own expectations with this new technology. It's a technology called LAMP. It's very different. It's a colorimetric type of test. It's cheaper and it can be run faster. In fact, the New York Times just recently, I think 2 days ago, had an article about this technology and how the first home-based testings that are really going to get out into the market are going to be based on this technology. And so on the bottom slide there, you're seeing Matthew Fields, Dr. Matthew Fields and Dr. Connie Chang, who are leading that project with 12 other faculty across the university. So if there's ever been a time that the state has seen the benefit of research intensive universities, I hope we're seeing it right now. We're going to continue to be called upon by the governor and by the system and whoever needs the assistance. But this has been a remarkable time, and it's been our faculty. They are the ingenious individuals that were able to come up with the solutions and continue to come up with cutting edge solutions. And so very, very proud moment for what's happening for our faculty on the research side across the system. I'm going to turn it back to Joe for a few more comments, and then I think we're going to talk a little bit about the M-Ready.
Thanks a lot, Jason. So about a year ago, Jason, Scott, their counterparts at Billings, at Tech, at Northern, at Western came together. And really we asked ourselves, what what in MReady's sequence led it to be so impactful? And you can see some of the reasons we think it was important on the screen. Really want to pull out two. One, it was a state investment that meant that we could really target those dollars towards the areas where the state had the highest need. And two, those dollars were used in a way that brought university scientists and their labs into even closer contact with Montana industries and Montana communities. You can go to the next slide. From that point, we really asked if that's our theory of why MReady had the impact that it did, what would a similar state investment do that could kind of double down on that theory, that could really focus on building capacity where we have the most state need, bringing those researchers and scientists into closer and more regular contact with industry and with communities. And we both did a review in terms of the participants in MReady 1.0, that process. But we also looked across the nation, and we did some benchmarking, trying to understand what efforts and investments in other states had been effective, had led to a similar ROI. And the 4 areas that we've identified are there for you on the screen, and we'd like to walk through each of them for you briefly now. If you go to the next slide, and I think we'll turn it over to Scott.
So in MReady 1.0, the bulk of the funds went into research grants that were collaborative, many times across the affiliations. And what that does is that develops a project that you can then further commercialize. And so that will also be part of MReady 2.0, is to put part of the funds into scientific fundamental research projects. You have to be able to develop new outcomes that you can then commercialize to create these companies. So if we look at the next slide, strategy 2.0 or 2, is that once you have those projects done and you have the projects that our other researchers are working on that are not necessarily funded by MReady, you have to be able to take those into commercialization. You have to do what's known as the IP and tech transfer of those projects. And that's done pretty well on the 2 flagships. It can be done better. We only have 1 person at that does our IP tech transfer in our office. So we certainly can expand that, and the same at MSU. But we also realize that there are projects that are being done on the other campuses across the MUS that also could be commercialized. And so we're going to have these acceleration hubs on each of the across the MUS, and they're in areas of strength for certainly the 2 flagships and for the other institutions. And so you can see the list of the hubs here. I'm not going to go through each one of them, but they are in areas of which we have high research activity and a great potential for commercialization of those products. Next slide.
All right, thanks so much, Scott, for presenting the first 2. I'm going to end with the last 2 new initiatives. This one is to help across the MUS to increase our national competitiveness for some federal grants that require cost share. So matching and cost share is a dimension of not all, but many of the federal agencies. In fact, some of the really large programs like the National Science Foundation EPSCoR program, the NASA EPSCoR program, a lot of Department of Transportation, they expect you to have some skin in the game. And we struggle as a system, both I know talking with Scott, they struggle at the University of Montana, we struggle here at Montana State to sometimes meet those matches that are being met by our competitors. And so when we did this environmental scan across the nation and looked at some of these states that really excel, particularly, benchmark states that are EPSCoR states like North Dakota, Hawaii, other places. They have matching programs where there's a central fund typically held centrally if they're part of a system like would be at OCHI, where each of the campuses can then go to for very large cost shares and matches for some of these nationally recognized programs. Some of our faculty are at a bit of a disadvantage because we can't always provide them with the cost shares that are required from these. And so this program would really allow us at a system level to make some very strategic cost shares and matches towards some of those nationally competitive programs and put the system in a better position. Next slide, please. And so this last one here is benchmarked off of the state of Massachusetts. They, as many of you know, having Boston and other areas within the state, are really a hub for biotechnology and innovation and entrepreneurship. And showing you before and threaded across the slides that Scott showed from the University of Montana, we are very strong in biotech. It's going to continue to grow. And what they did in the state of Massachusetts is they passed a very similar proposal to what we have here, which is to allow businesses of various small sizes to be able to have a voucher or a bit of a subsidy towards a core research facility on the main campuses. So University, UMass Amherst, UMass Lowell, and some of the other ones. And this was really successful for a number of reasons. First of all, when core facilities like our nanofabrication facility or our Center for Biofilm Engineering or the genomics core Scott talked about earlier, are doing business and partnering with industry, we legally have to charge regionally competitive rates, right? Because we cannot undercut other types of technologies and businesses. And so those companies sometimes are put into a very precarious spot where, do we invest early stage in people or do we invest in equipment? And we have the equipment here at the universities, but sometimes because we have to charge them that industry standard rate, they decide not to use us, or they think it's in the long run a better fiscal decision for them to just buy their own, whatever it might be. Let's take high performance computing, a cluster, just go out and buy that. That could be one more job for the state of Montana if they were to partner with us. And so what this is going to do in very much a win-win situation is to allow these companies, these small businesses, to not have to make that difficult choice early on. If the company has between 1 and 10 employees, we're proposing that they have a certain level of the voucher that could bring those costs down to in-house rates. And then if they're between 11 to 50 employees, they have a voucher through this program that allows them a little bit, but not as much as you would have for a very early industry. And we think this is going to be really attractive to some of the small businesses in Montana, in the photonics and optics areas, in the biotech areas, in the computer software areas, you name it. There's going to be an opportunity for a small business to leverage the institution's resources so that they can get off to a good start, and that grows the economy here in Montana. So we see this as a very much a win-win situation all the way around. Are really excited about it, and it's been highly successful in the state of Massachusetts. I think part of this is the take-home message is there's no need to necessarily reinvent the wheel. We just need to recreate what we want here in Montana. And there are some great programs throughout the nation, and a few of these have been benchmarked from those. So thank you so much for the opportunity to present here. Chair Rogers, really appreciate this and hope we can continue to periodically meet with the board and talk about the research and economic development activities. I think this is a great thing. So I'll let Joe take it home from here.
And I'll be brief. You know, I think our summary is, if you're asking why should the state support research, invest in research in this way, in the way that we're proposing? Well, first, state investment in research really increases our competitiveness on the national scale. And that in and of itself has a big return on investment for Montana. But more importantly, and I think what the strategies that we've outlined suggest, is state investment in research helps us to fill a really big gap, the gap between basic research and commercializable innovations. And the strategies that we're outlining, we think are going to be really important in strengthening some emerging innovation ecosystems in ag, in energy, in biotech, in optics, in software across Montana that really are going to lead to all sorts of new opportunities for Montanans statewide. And if you go to the next slide, the benefits of those type of relationships and of strong research universities are just so broad. They're broad in terms of the businesses that start up, the new innovations and answers to really tough problems. And, you know, I can speak from personal experience, they're broad in terms of the academic experience that we're able to provide our students to experience and participate in cutting edge science and in new innovations. With that, thank you again for your time and your attention, and we're happy to take any questions that the board might have.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for such an incredible presentation. It is just really hits you on the value that our universities bring to the state of Montana. So thank you for taking the time to walk us through all of this. I am cognizant of the time, but I do want to ensure that we have opportunities for the board to ask additional questions or make any comments. Any additional questions or comments from the Regents? Regent Tuss.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. This was a great presentation, and I've always been very supportive of whatever we can do at the board level to support this type of investment in Montana's infrastructure. One of your early slides talked about the original allotment of $15 million of MREDI money that was allocated by the legislature, leveraging, I believe it was $57 million. I mean, that's a return on investment that's just phenomenal, in addition to the 353 new jobs that were created. I'm very hopeful that this is going to be a presentation that will be able to be put in front of the 2021 legislature, obviously, as they consider the $5 million that has been suggested by the Bullock administration for the upcoming biennium. Those are my comments, but I do have a question, perhaps for you, Joe. Is it the case that an investment, whether it be $5 million or $15 million or whatever the dollar amount happens to be, that goes on far beyond perhaps the biennium in which it was allocated and even spent? I mean, are we investing in kind of a longer term infrastructure and capacity of the university system to do far more than what was originally thought when we invested it at the time we invested it?
You know, I think Scott and Jason will have some good perspective on this too. When I talked to those principal investigators who were funded under MREDI 1.0, a lot of what they talk about is how the focus of those grants led them to create new networks within the state that changed how they did their research. It changed the incentives that they faced in terms of how they spend their time, and translated so much more of that work into also thinking about how they turn those kind of basic science innovations into innovations that hit the streets in one way or another. And those networks certainly continue. And I also think that increasingly what you see in the federal funding standpoint, those networks are making our researchers more competitive over time. So yes, those one-time investments, they continue to accrue. I think that we certainly think there's a strong case for there to be more continuing investment, particularly in some of these supports for small business and for new innovations coming out of universities, the tech transfer hubs, the core facility voucher programs. Those are items that in an ongoing way could do a few things. One is really change the cost standpoint for a new enterprise trying to stand up in Montana in terms of what they need to have on hand. And that can be influential in firms' decision to site here in the first place. Second, it can really, I think, in a more standard way, in a more ongoing way, get more of our faculty and students to think in this entrepreneurial fashion when it comes to the discoveries that they're making on the basic science side. Does that answer your question? And Jason, Scott, I don't know if you have anything to add.
I might add something. We have two other metrics that we look at that we can tell what the future is going to look like in terms of research and so on. And those are our IP activity, it's our licenses and patents. And that number has gone up dramatically at the university. So first you get those in place, and that gives you then the foundation of what you can do companies or interact with other companies. And we also look at the award volume. That is the number of new research awards that have been assigned to universities. We haven't started to spend them yet, but we know they're coming. And I know at both the MSU and at that number is up significantly this year over last year's record for us. And so I think you're going to see some really good numbers coming out of the two flagships over the next couple of years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the Regents? Okay, well, thank you again for the presentation and for all the information today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Regent Rogers.
Yeah. And with that, that will conclude the business of the ARSA committee. I'll turn it back over to Chair Lozar.
Thank you, Regent Rogers, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner and Testman and all the presenters for a very thorough ARSA committee today. We'll jump right into the 2-year and community college committee meeting, and then we will take a break after that before proceeding into public comment and taking action. So I'll turn it over to Chair of the 2-year and community college committee, Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. The 2-year community college committee has 2 things to discuss this morning: an action item regarding Bitterroot Valley Community College, and then give you all an update on the Montana University System 2-year Commission final report. With respect to now being about an hour behind schedule, I think what I'd like to do this morning is provide a background on where we are with regards to Bitterroot Valley Community College, just to make sure everybody's on the same basis, has the same basic information here. It's been 53 years since the last community college was formed here in the state of Montana. That would be Flathead Valley Community College. And before, many years before that, it was actually Miles and Dawson. And so it's been a long time since we've done this. By way of looking at the procedure for this, there are 2 requirements that are needed to form a new community college district. One is to actually establish the community college district, to define where it will be and so forth. And number 2 is to elect 7 trustees to the community college, prospective community colleges. Both of those have been done with folks from the up the Bitterroot Valley here. There is a 3rd requirement, but is not essential to move forward this on to the Montana University, beyond the university system, to the legislature, and that is to have an optional mill levy. As we all recall, there was a levy that was proposed, but it did fail in its vote. There would be folks that would acknowledge that it came at an unfortunate time. The vote was just kind of in the beginning when COVID was really starting to dial up here in the state of Montana. We regents are required to weigh in, that's my term, and offer the legislature our viewpoints as to the merits of the community college. Only the legislature makes the final determination as to to authorize Bitterroot Valley Community College. The 2-year and community college committee has met several times to gather information and have conversations with the trustees-elect from Bitterroot Valley Community College. Today in your packet, you'll see that we have a resolution as it pertains to a starting point for our discussion for submitting a resolution ultimately to the Montana legislature. What I'd like to do is step back and again, make sure everybody has the same basic information. That I think that number 1, there is a perception by folks up the Bitterroot Valley that Bitterroot College, University of Montana, has not delivered on many of the things that the stakeholders in the Bitterroot Valley would have liked to have had over the years. Certainly that is not an indictment or an issue with regards to the University of Montana. Quite frankly, they've had so many issues of their own, including elevating their enrollment and their stature of Missoula College, our 2-year campus there too. Number 2, I'd like to acknowledge that the Bitterroot Valley trustees, Bitterroot Valley Community College trustees, have worked tirelessly to develop a plan and answer many of our questions for us to review today. Quite frankly, we went into this knowing they simply could not answer them all, but they gave it their very best. Number 3, we, the regents, have heard from a vast number of students, faculty, and citizens from folks up the Bitterroot Valley community to proceed with this. My recollection is I didn't hear anybody say, whoa, put the brakes on this. I'm not in favor of this. I think it's been almost unanimous on the number of comments that we received to proceed with this. Regents Rogers, Sextons Dombrowski, and Deputy Commissioner Tessman and Councillor Thigpen have focused our efforts on looking at their business plan that the Bitterroot Valley Community College trustees offered up this summer. There was a pretty comprehensive document regarding what they were thinking about in the forms of enrollment, funding, both at the state, local, and tuition levels, looking at their various programs that they offered, where they believe their facilities will be, discussed briefly their information systems, and provided an org chart for what their campus would look like as far as from a leadership standpoint, and much more. When we looked at it, a couple of weeks ago, the two-year community college committee asked for a deeper exploration into some of the concerns that we still had as it relates to this proposal. Co-chair Don Gardner and Janet Woodburn did a nice job of trying to explain to us what we felt like were very important issues that were still outstanding. Let me try to summarize for you today that probably the issues that we wanted further information on, some have further clarity on, some are still very much outstanding. Number one was, what's your game plan for passage of the local community college mill levy? And we received further follow-up information that it looks like a mill levy that would be proposed to be passed in the year 2022. Not this upcoming year, but in 2022. And there again, there's data that supports this. Number two is the amount and source of funding to just start up a college like this. What's your initial capital? And then subsequent ongoing funding for Bitterroot Valley Community College. This is a big issue and something that was really not detailed in great lengths, at least I don't recall receiving it, as to the amount of capital it's going to take to get this college up and going. Number three, what are their plans for development and implementation of critical funding for infrastructure such as IT, including learning management systems, buildings, equipment, library, and much more. Certainly there is the Bitterroot College down there that could be used to a great extent, but quite frankly, once you're on your own with accreditation demands and funding your own budgets and so forth, there comes with that a pretty extensive price tag. And so we really felt like there needs to be further plans to develop, implement the funding of the critical infrastructure. That's still very much outstanding. We asked the question about plans for obtaining accreditation with an accredited higher institution of higher education here. And so we asked for information on that, and the BVCC trustees-elect did provide us kind of their game plan for that. We know that they would not be self-sustaining it from an accreditation standpoint for several years. It takes somebody there to really be, to kind of own that at a different institution level. Number five, we asked for information about, from the data, from the community, the business community, support the proposed programs that Bitterroot Valley Community Colleges. I would say that we have not seen a lot of that. There's been proposals as to what the programs would be, but in reality, we're saying if there's a demand for these types of higher education in the Bitterroot Valley, provide more information for us. So that's still outstanding. And another one, quite frankly, we asked for is, tell us how Bitterroot Valley Community College adds greater value. What are the stronger outcomes that would be expected than just the current status quo with Bitterroot College, part of the University of Montana? The Bitterroot Valley Community College trustees put together a kind of a 7-step program as far as where we go from here. I've mentioned several of those, but ultimately the ones that still remain would be to conduct community planning, fundraising, voter education around the mill levy. That's to be done. Then they would look at voting in spring or fall of 2022. They would need to negotiate partnership arrangements for IT systems, accreditations, facilities, and so forth. They would hire essential staff starting in the winter and spring of 2023, and open the college in the fall of 2023 is generally their game plan for moving forward. As we look at this and discuss this, I guess I would ask that maybe we look at this not through the overhang of a cloud of COVID at this time, and really look at this over as to a long-term investment into higher education up the Bitterroot Valley. They built a strong case for why it's very important that we do this. But let's be frank, the enrollment for this new proposed campus will only have, starting out with north of 100, even 3 years into this, the initial projections, which could be totally wrong. Only a couple hundred students, full-time equivalent students up the Bitterroot Valley at BVCC. And so with that, what I'd like to do is ask my compatriots on the two-year community college committee, what did I miss as part of setting the stage for this? Regent Rogers, Regent Dombrowski, Regent Sexton, what are some of the other elements to set the stage for a discussion on this? I'll throw it open to you. Regent Rogers.
I think you got it, Bob.
Okay. Regent Dombrowski.
I would agree. I think you've summarized our deliberations well. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Regent Nystuen. I think you did an excellent job. I would only add that some of the student support that was sent to me emphasized that they would appreciate close access to the resources for them as they explore their education.
Thank you, Regent Sexton. Let's throw it over to the gentleman in Helena, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, Commissioner Christian, Chair Lozar, your comments about what are we missing as part of setting the framework for our discussion today? I can't quite see Brock, so.
Chair Nystuen, from my vantage point, I think you covered the basic contours of the conversation well. That we do have at least one representative from the BVCC group teed up and ready to give just a very basic kind of in brief overview of the initiative before the regents continue with their deliberations. But I think you hit it well.
Okay. Commissioner Christian or Chair Lozar, anything else from your perspective in Helena?
Regent Nystuen, I think you teed it up nicely. I guess the only thing I would underscore is my appreciation for the consistent and constant communication from leaders, both in the educational community and the business community in the Bitterroot Valley. I think they've shared extensive public comment on the proposition of Bitterroot Valley Community College, and I appreciate the sort of open lines of communication between the board, OCHI, and leaders in the Valley.
Thank you, Regent Lozar. Anybody else? Any other Board of Regents have any comments before we hear from a representative from Hamilton? Hearing none, could I offer up, Brock, would you, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, would you queue up our presenter from Bitterroot Valley Community College? It'd be interesting to hear about what we've missed or what we need to know more about the information they've provided thus far. Thank you, Brock.
Thank you, Chair Nystuen, and members of the committee and members of the board. I think Amy and Rebecca in Command Central there will know who all we have. I see Linda Dowdy on the line, but I don't see anyone else. Linda, are you the presenter?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Well, if you could please, again, in fairly brief manner, just give us a broad overview of the initiative surrounding the proposed BVCC district. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Linda Dowdy. I am recently retired from a 40-year career in healthcare. The last 15 years being a chief nursing officer for HCA, which is one of the largest healthcare systems in the nation. The reason I ran for the Board of Trustees for the Bitterroot Valley Community College is knowing, excuse me, the value and accessibility and affordability of what a community college can bring. This is how I started my career. Had it not been for a local community college, which was very accessible and most of all affordable for me, I probably would not have had the career I've had. First and foremost, we'd like to thank the Board of Regents and the two-year college committee for investing the time to hear and consider the proposal to form the Bitterroot Valley Community College District. The BVCC District Board of Trustees greatly appreciate the acknowledgement and the significant educational merits of the proposal and the draft solution that you are considering today. We understand the funding necessary to launch and sustain the community college is currently unavailable to the Regents, excuse me, and the local commitment must be made by the Ravalli County voters and private funders before a budget requesting a general fund allocation can be submitted. However, we find ourselves in a chicken and egg situation. For the BVCC trustees elect to raise funding as identified in the statutes, which is Chapter 2015-102, Chapter 2015-109, and Chapter 2015-304, we must be trustees of a legal board representing an educational unit. Unless and until the BVCC district is established, a college educational unit does not exist in Ravalli County. This is part of what prohibits us from actually determining funding as we need to. This is critical. Post-secondary education access is available in Ravalli County. The need is well documented. We feel fortunate the University of Montana has supported a limited program, and Bitterroot College has offered local access for students. That access must not only continue, but it must expand to truly serve the express needs of students and businesses of the county. We have assurances from the UM to continue funding through 2021 through 2023 biennium and to work with the Bitterroot College and the BVCC's trustees-elect to ensure smooth transition. The district must be established so that the trustees-elect can work to assure that BVCC is funded and ready to open by 2023. The draft resolution regarding the establishment of the Bitterroot Valley Community College District in the Ravalli County states clearly your support for expanding affordable local access and the effective and aggressive promotion of workforce training and CTE through two-year institutions and community colleges. And it supports and acknowledges the promise of the trustees-elect's proposal. We appreciate your recommendation to the legislature considering that proposal. We are concerned, though, that your emphasis on funding in this unsettled time of the pandemic, which we are trying not to focus on in terms of what our mission is, but it may be an entity that diverts the considerations from the prime request, the establishment of the district. Our proposal is not a request for immediate funding. We must be legitimized before we can actually move forward. In the last few minutes of our presentation today, Ted Goodmanson, one of our current students, requested to tell you why this college is essential and for the current and future students in the Bitterroot Valley. And I don't know if Tori is on or not.
I am. I'm here. So I wanted to come and sort of expand upon the student perspective. I know we've heard a lot of it, or you as the Board of Regents have heard a lot of it through letters and through sort of secondhand accounts from the Board of Trustees. But as so many of the other presenters pointed out today, the primary point of contention for students in higher education is access. And there isn't a better solution to that question of access than having a higher education resource here in the town in which I live. You know, I wouldn't have been able to come back to school and continue to pursue my degree if I wasn't able to do so while going to work, paying bills. And had it been the difference of 10 minutes to Hamilton versus an hour in Missoula, I would not be finishing my second semester on the dean's list as a UM student. So I want to point out that in that I'm not really unique. Down here we have parents, high schoolers, grandmothers. We have young folks getting a head start on their degree and older students returning to school. We're all here for different reasons, but the value of our education is enriched by those distinct voices being in the classroom, and those needs are best met by decisions that happen here in the community where we're receiving our education. This is an opportunity for the Board of Regents here to help the Bitterroot Valley Community College spearhead the future of education in Montana. As Regent Nicetoon pointed out, it's been over 50 years since we've organized a new community college, and everyone's talked about how easy it's been to work with our Board of Trustees elect. So why not now? Why not with this team that's proven themselves to be capable of meeting your requests, willing to work with you, and moving forward despite not just the bumps in the road along this process, but the sort of rocky financial atmosphere we find ourselves in because of the pandemic. We're not asking for dollar bills today. We're asking you to trust this team you've been working with and to listen to the students of this school. Because for us, you know, maybe it is just 100 students when we first start out, but that number doesn't grow if we leave this as a program of UM. It steadily shrinks until it's no longer sustainable. So we're, as students and as the Bitterroot Valley as a community, we're asking for the Board of Regents to help us bring this area of Montana into the future of higher education.
Thank you, Tor. Thank you, Linda. Very good. I think this would be a good time to open it up for discussion among the members of the Board of Regents. Commissioner, with that, who might like to weigh in next on this? What regent? Anybody?
Regent Nicetoon, Regent Sheehy.
Oh, there you go. Regent Sheehy. Martha.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate all the work of the community. I mean, we've received so much comment on this, and I appreciate all the work of the committee. You obviously really dove into this. I wasn't on this committee, so I appreciate all the information that you've supplied. The resolution, I think it reflects maybe a more optimistic view of the promise of this proposal than I hold, but it also contains the red flag about funding. So it contains enough of my view for me to vote for it. I will support the resolution. I am concerned about the funding, and I understand that BVCC that's not on their plate and can't really be on their plate yet. I get that. But from the viewpoint of the university system, we need to look really hard at whether to add units to our system. And it's a very difficult place for us to be in pandemic times, but in all times, because we are constantly dealing with the fact that we have a lot of units. So with those reservations, I also want you to know that I'm going to vote for the resolution. I think it contains enough of my opinion for it to be a good resolution expressing the viewpoints of most of the members of the board.
Thank you, Regent Sheehy. Other questions, comments from the members of the Regents? Regent Sexton. Amy, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Regent Nicetoon. I agree with Sheehy. I'm from Billings. I started out in a rather small program. Were it not for direct access to education, I wouldn't be here right now. So I can speak to the students who feel very strongly about having direct access to education. I think it's really important, and I can understand the desire to have that and to have it to not be interrupted by the pandemic in your search for that establishment. I'm also an accountant, and so I have to look at the fiscal perspective. And while there is not a direct request for funding, there's an implicit request. And so I feel like this, pardon me, this resolution adequately expresses both my support and desire for greater access to education, but at the same time, it would be remiss of me to not put that concern out about the financial perspective. And so while I wouldn't want that to be the focus, I think it's important that it stays in the resolution. Thank you. And I do actually wanted to mention, there has been not just an outpouring, but a downpour of support from students, from faculty, from community members. And I really appreciate all of the time and effort that people spent to send that information to me and to the other board members and to really come together as a community. And I hope that you continue to do that. Thank you.
Well said, Regent Sexton. Other questions, comments from the board?
This is Regent Lozar. I guess off the top, I will support the resolution that we have in front of us that we'll consider taking action on here at the end of the morning. I think there has been discussion on the merits and the educational merits of the need of a formal community college down the Bitterroot Valley. I think one of the things that really stands out to me in terms of, I suppose, a concern that folks within the Bitterroot Valley and certainly us down the road need to really consider is enrollment projections. We do a lot of work within the university system of working on admissions and enrollment management and how big of a factor that is in both the financial side, but academic programming. And I think that's one part of the proposal that I feel like is missing a little bit, or as I should say, is a little bit weak in the proposal is some of the projections on enrollment and some of the data to back up initial enrollment and the compounded growth that was included in the Bitterroot Valley Community College proposal. There's a lot of written assumptions in the proposal around enrollment. And so that gives me a little bit of concern outside of the strong merits of the need for a community college down the Bitterroot. I guess the other thing I would mention is the relationship between the Bitterroot College and the University of Montana. I feel like there are opportunities to deepen those relationships. I know that there has been transitions both within Bitterroot College and transitions within University of Montana, and that is sort of the reality. But I think the relationship between those institutions or the program at Bitterroot College could be improved to accomplish some of the efforts around and the driving force around the creation of Bitterroot Valley Community College. So I do think there is something there for us to keep an eye on as members of the board to make sure that there's, like other units in the system, that there are strong relationships across the different campuses.
Regent Lozar, other questions or comments from the board? Regent Dombrowski, Joyce.
I just have to make a comment, Regent Nystuen, that I've really appreciated your leadership on this committee and bringing so much time and effort and hearing similar concerns from our regents this morning, as we've heard across time, and then working with OCHI to, I think, provide a resolution that, although it might be a lot of whereases, I think reflects so much of the questions still to be answered. And I will vote in support of that resolution, I think, despite and including maybe the concerns or the unanswered questions at this point. But again, Regent Nystuen, thank you for your leadership.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Joyce. That means a lot. So other questions or comments? Regent Tuss.
Yeah, Regent Nystuen, I too want to thank you for shepherding us through the process. You've done a wonderful job with that. And also, I really want to thank the folks of the Bitterroot for getting involved in this. There are those issues. If you've sat on this board long enough, to come to us that are big deals. And they're big deals when you receive the cascade of letters one way or the other on a particular issue. So I really want to thank the folks in Valley County for informing this board about what their thoughts are about this particular issue. There are a few truisms when you're on this board for any period of time too that seem to come around again and again. And certainly one of those is the notion that if you were to create a university system, you probably wouldn't have the structure that we currently have in Montana. We've all heard that quite a bit. And at the top of the list, when folks talk about that issue, are the number of units we have. You hear that again and again, and you don't hear a lot of folks saying, well, what the Board of Regents really needs to do is to create another unit of the university system. So that does concern me. But having said that, I would agree with my colleagues that have spoke on the resolution that's before us today. And I will be voting in favor of that. And I look forward to the deeper conversation that I think the Montana legislature will have come January of next year. So thank you.
Thank you, Regent Tuss. Any additional comments? Oh, Rogers, Bree.
Thank you so much. And I also would like to echo the thanks to you for your leadership on this. This is a very important topic, and we were very fortunate to have someone that would spend as much time and work with all of our stakeholders as you did. So thank you.
Thank you.
And again, huge thanks to the community. It's just, rural Montana is such a special place, and you guys are such a great example of community members coming together for the betterment of the community. And it's really impressive to see all the work that's gone into this and the tremendous amount of public comment. So thank you all in the Bitterroot as well. I will also be supporting this resolution as written. I don't think there's any question about the educational merits of this proposal. And I also really appreciate Regent Lozar's notes about our desire to keep our eye on this for opportunities going forward. And I'll just sort of reiterate what I shared in the committee meetings. You know, while I fully recognize and respect the approach that the trustees-elect chose as they were forming their recommendations and putting together their budget projections and enrollment projections, I just think there are more ways to thread this needle, especially when you're going to be going to your citizens to be asking them to finance this through a mill levy. And so that's the reason that I think that the resolution as written is appropriate from my perspective. As I had mentioned, I would have loved to see, you know, a lot more really specific commitments of support from business owners, or, you know, I think there's a lot of innovative ways to confirm financial support from the community as well that I think would have given me a little bit more assurance on some of the other matters that have been raised during this discussion. So excited about the educational opportunities here, and just again, appreciate everyone's work on this measure.
Other questions or comments? Maybe before we wrap this up, one of the things I'd like to do is to make sure that we convey to the legislature with the adoption of this resolution, the magnitude of some of the outstanding issues that are still remain here. I kind of harken back to my day job, and that's being a banker. And we always take a look at what kind of capital a business brings in or an individual brings into a relationship, especially when we're asked to go out on the line and extend resources to a up and coming business proposal. I know Regent Tuss, you do that the same thing at Bear Paw Development. You take a look at the capital. One of the challenges in this sector, in the higher education sector, is you can't just go out and just create a capital account by owner's injection of dollars into the enterprise. The dollars that are going to be needed for this upcoming campus will need to come, I think, from the legislature in the form of one-time only appropriations, and that could lapse over several years as we move forward here. Let me just make the assumption that the county commissioners of Ravalli County don't have a deep war chest of dollars that they can dip into to say, oh, need more help with putting together your IT system, to sign contracts, to go out and procure buildings, facilities, equipment, all these types of things here needs to come from a capital source. And I know the commissioner's office and the Board of Regents don't have that. That is really incumbent upon the community college district to have that level of funding figured out. And between now and when the legislature convenes here in 45 days, I think a lot of work will need to go into supporting this, because we know the conversations we've had this morning are the tip of the iceberg, that when it comes to I presume, when it comes to the full legislative body or the subcommittee that will hear this, they will be asking those questions as to, okay, if we're going to create this district, where's the money going to come from? And if it's coming from the legislature, I think a lot more clarity will need to be provided as to the how to get the college up and going, and then most importantly, how to sustain it going forward. And I think a third thing that we probably should really be asking too is, what's the transition plan, so that ultimately in the end, this does not come at the expense of those students that are enrolled or to be enrolled currently at Bitterroot College. I think there needs to be a game plan put in place for a seamless transition to a new district, community college district, so that they don't become some type of collateral damage thereafter because the work hadn't been done to go into this. I debated a lot about this, about supporting this. As a lifetime member of the community college trustees here, I grew up in the community college. I've been in a governance role for 20 years in higher education. 13 of that was proudly with Flathead Valley Community College. I love community colleges. You know, I have a bigger fan in this, but I share Regent Tuss's view. We have 5 small campuses, 5 being students, full-time equivalents, less than 1,000. This will put more burden on the taxpayers to continue to sustain another facility, more campus operations and facilities going forward here. This will be a new dynamic that we're going to have to work with into the coming years as we proceed from here with the adoption of a new community college in Montana. I do sincerely believe that now is the time to look favorably upon this. I think back on the pioneers that literally Miles Community College, the pioneers, that's their mascot. And Dawson and Flathead Valley Community College went out with a specific idea, with an idea as to how to proceed with providing educational opportunities in those communities. With that, I think it's important that we probably boldly say we're in favor of this, but a lot of work will need to go into this. A lot of questions will need to be answered, especially as to how do we get this up and going? And then more importantly, how do we sustain it? So with that, I'll throw it open to any other final questions before perhaps we move on. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, any other thoughts?
Regent Rogers, or Regent Nystuen, I'm sorry about that. I was just having trouble. My mic is off for whatever reason. No, I do think you've summarized what I've heard from the board quite well. Of course, my job here is just to sort of assess the discussion I've heard from the board and the questions the board has raised. I do want to commend you on how efficiently and meaningfully you've driven this process. I'd also like to commend the folks from the Bitterroot on how much time and effort they put into the initial proposal, the follow-up materials. There is no doubting the amount of hard work that has gone on both visibly and behind the scenes on this. But as to your question, no, I feel like the resolution that has been written reflects what I've heard. And I think the discussion today is more or less in line with the resolution as written.
Thank you. With that, unless I see or hear any other comments, I think what we'll do is move to the Montana University System 2-year commission final report. Maybe perhaps what I could do there, and with the idea of looking at the clock here, is ask our representatives that worked on that committee, that were part of that committee, Regent Tuss, Regent Lozar, Commissioner Christian, and others from the region, from the Commissioner's office, to perhaps capsulize, if you will, the work that went into this, and perhaps more importantly, where do we go from here? Gentlemen?
Thanks, Chair Nystuen. I think the document that is presented, I think it's pulled up for all of you, the final report of this 2-year commission, which was made up of community members, members from the Board of Regents, and Paul and I contributed to the conversations over the course of a year and a half, as well as members of both sides, the House and Senate of the legislature, really focused in on a conversation that was initially designed to consider the structure of the 2-year system that we have in the Montana University system. And we spent a lot of time sort of in the first meeting or two, and we did have quite a few meetings. We spent the first couple of meetings really talking about the structure and the history, some of the major decision points, and our governance model for the system. And I think it was very clear across the commission that the governance model was not broken. And we made a pivot to really diving deep into understanding the contributions of the 2-year and community colleges in the state of Montana, and really focusing on our shared policy goals with the legislature around career and technical education. And I think for me, one of the biggest highlights was the leadership within the 2-year and community college system, sharing some of the great advantages that our smaller colleges provide to communities and certainly to the economy, and really focusing on ways in which we can improve that. I think there was certainly consensus within the commission that CTE is absolutely critical, and the delivery of CTE through the 2-year colleges was a very appropriate vehicle for contributing to the economic needs in the state. The commission worked quite diligently on the findings and recommendations that are in this report. And I suppose I would just call out a couple things from the Regents' perspective. The importance of the portal that Director Lemon mentioned yesterday around that focus on college, career, and cost. I think the portal was absolutely a critical component of the conversations of the 2-year commission. And so we really look forward to getting that up and going. And I think that will align very much with what the commission was hoping to accomplish. The other is dual enrollment. Deputy Commissioner Tessman and Trevor, throughout the course of the commission, provided pretty extensive presentations. And one of the things they presented on was dual enrollment within the system, or dual enrollment in the state of Montana, particularly as it relates to CTE offerings. There's a significant body of our dual enrollment that are in CTE. And I think that was something that the commission was happy about, and something the commission really wanted to see us to build on that strong foundation of continuing offerings and dual enrollment on CTE. A couple other things that I would note for us, some considerations of the board was the cost to start and operate CTE programs. They're more costly to get the appropriate equipment up and going, and that's something that we need to be considering as we're looking at our work with the legislature, and we're managing the Regents' budget, OCHI's budget. The other was, and we've talked about this a little bit within Regents meetings, but the financial support for students who are taking those micro-credentials or shorter duration credentials, or those that are taking the sort of non-credit bearing workforce programs. And I think there is a need, and there is an opportunity through our delegates in DC to support additional financial support for students who are in those shorter duration or there's non-credit workforce programs. And then lastly, I think one area where we certainly have some control is over additional flexibility in terms of academic program creation and expansion to make sure that we're agile, they were quick to respond. I think the two-year commission was happy with Deputy Commissioner Tessman's presentation on the sort of process that we go through an academic approval, academic program approval, and some of the adjustments that we've made under Regent Sheehy's leadership and Regent Rogers' leadership. So I think overall the work of the commission was very positive in the sense that it really highlighted some of the really important things that we've done within our 2 years over the last 12 years, and the important conversations we need to continue to have as members of the Board of Regents. Maybe I'll pause there to see if Regent Tuss has any other contributions.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. I think you've laid this out very comprehensively. The old adage, I think, applies here of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We had those early conversations about structure, and we realized that, again, if we had put a 2-year structure together, we perhaps wouldn't come up with what we currently have. But the end result of educating Montana students in a 2-year system is getting accomplished very nicely in the state of Montana. I would encourage every region to, if you have yet to do so, take a look at this report. It's a short report, but it's very reflective of the conversations that this particular commission had. And although there was accolades given to our 2-year system, there are issues that came out through our deliberations that I think we need to pay attention to. And 3 of the recommendations, there's basically 6 recommendations here, and 3 of the ones that I highlighted this morning as I was rereading the report. One was recommendation number 2, which is post-secondary CTE programs often cost more to start and operate than non-CTE programs. I think we need to be cognizant of that. Recommendation number 3, which is with a rapidly changing economy and workplace, alignment between education and industry is essential and requires ongoing focus. And recommendation number 4, which is too few students are aware of or encouraged to pursue post-secondary CTE programs at 2-year campuses. Those and the other recommendations are certainly worthy of our ongoing consideration. And that's all I have, Chair Nystuen.
Thank you, Chair Tufts. Any questions or comments from the regents? Questions or comments from the regents? Deputy Commissioner Tessman, the final word is yours. Nope. Okay. Okay. Well, again, I think it's something that we should not let just grow dust from this point forward, that we should, as the 2-year Community College Committee and the Board of Regents, continue to hone in on the recommendations and the work that was done by the 2-year commission and make sure that we're addressing that. So if it's studied again, we can easily say that we've met those recommendations and continuing to move forward. So with that, let's throw the agenda back to Chair Lozar.
Thank you, Regent Nystuen. Great committee meeting. And I too wanted to echo the other regents' comments on your leadership moving forward, the conversations on Bitterroot Valley Community College. I think we're due for a break, but before we take a break, I wanted to recognize a very dedicated public servant. This is not on the agenda. As you all know, Regent Sheehy is very close to the end of her 7-year term. I think her last meeting, her last meeting with us will be in January, and January is typically a little bit of a shorter meeting and a planning meeting. And we really wanted to recognize her contributions her tremendous contributions and service to the state of Montana. You know, she has done, Regent Sheehy, you've been the model regent. You've been courageous and bringing up asking the right questions and pushing this board and pushing OCHI and making sure that we're having really strategic and thoughtful questions that will ultimately benefit the students in the state of Montana. Your leadership of ARSA over the years has really moved forward a number of different big initiatives for the state of Montana and for the university system. You know, I've talked about it today and other days, your role in fine-tuning the process for academic approval and making sure that we're thinking about being one MUS and not just individual campuses as we think about the program offerings. You've done a tremendous job there. You know, I've considered you kind of the wise older sister as a younger regent. An older sister you definitely listen to and don't get crossways with. So I appreciate your constant counsel. Regent Sheehy, we know very much that you have appreciation for music. And at one point in time, I started to map out, you know, putting together one of those Sheehy songs. I looked at a Bon Jovi song that I could sing maybe, or a Beatles song. Tested it out with a Madonna song, but I figured no one
You can't go wrong with Madonna.
But you could go wrong with me singing a Madonna song in your honor. And so knowing how much you appreciate music and knowing how much it has been an honor for you to be on this board and your service, we wanted to do something special today to recognize you. So we made some arrangements with Montana State University Billings to have Walter Runs Above from the Native American Achievement Center to sing you an honor song for your contributions. So I will turn it over to Walter to take it from here.
What's up, guys? Can you hear me? Awesome. Very honored to have been asked to sing this honor song for Ms. Sheehy. Reputation precedes you. Definitely leaving big shoes to fill, and we're going to miss you. But we wish you a happy future endeavors. This song that I'm going to share is a song that was made by my father, my late father. He passed away in January, and it's kind of an uplifting song. It's the honor song. And when we sing this, when we sing our songs like this to honor our friends and relatives, you know, and our colleagues and things like that, the best thing that we can give them is a song. That's one of the, in our culture, that's one of the best things that we can give to honor them with that song. So it's my honor to sing this song for a beautiful career, and to hopefully, my wishes from my family and from MSUB, our wishes is for you to continue on in a good way, to respect one another, help each other, love on each other, all the principles that we have as human beings. So I just wanted to share that much.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful.
Thank you, Walter, for helping us honor Regent Sheehy in a really good way and sharing your father's song with us today.
I appreciate that. I feel very seen and heard, Casey. Thank you very much. I do believe the highest honor is for someone to share his song with you. So I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Regent Sheehy, I too would just like to echo what's already been expressed, but I truly appreciate your service. You know, one of the awesome features of how this board was created in Montana is this citizen board where it's nominated by a governor and appointed or confirmed by the Senate. We end up with some of the greatest minds the state has to offer, and you've certainly exemplified that in your leadership on this board. I've learned a tremendous amount from you, including today, that there's a word for a large animal escorting you to work. I can't pronounce it, but see, it's knowledge that you deliver to us day in and day out. All kidding aside, though, you really have brought a tremendous focus, a tremendous amount of knowledge to this board, and I appreciate that. I can't say that every day you made it easy for me, but I will say that every day you made it better. I think you made it better for the students, you made it better for the public, you made it better for transparency. You certainly left your mark. You know, just the old rule is left it better than you found it, and you certainly have left the MSU or the MUS, sorry, better than you found it, and we greatly appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Clay. Appreciate it.
Well, with that, I think we will take a break, and when we come back, we will entertain some public comment and take action. So we will take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 11:55. Members of the board getting back online. Perfect. We're at this point in the agenda where we are going to seek some public comment. Before I hand it over to Amy to provide sort of the technical process to do that, I do know we have a few folks waiting to provide comment. I would just underscore to keep your comments clear, 2 minutes or so. And like other meetings, so I would suggest that if you're going to provide comment maybe on the same topic, to make sure you just say, I agree with the previous speaker or something like that to that effect. So Amy, I will turn it to you to provide some of the details.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. As you noted, this meeting is indeed open to the public electronically. Anyone wishing to provide public comment is encouraged to do so. For those joining by phone, please dial 1253-15-8782 and enter the meeting ID as shown on the live stream feed. Please press the *9 to raise your hand. That's the asterisk and the numeral 9. For those who have joined via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature found in the participants panel to indicate that you wish to give public comment. The host will lower hands in order and unmute the phone line to ask the individual their full name and allow them to give comment. A reminder that comments can also be submitted in writing via email to myself at aunsworth@montana.edu. Comments that are shared in this method will be forwarded to the Board of Regents and included as part of our official record. I do see 2 people in the queue. First is Mr. Marco Farrow. Marco, if you would unmute your line, please.
Thank you. Members of the Regents, Chair Lozar, and folks at OCHI, I want to take a moment here of personal privilege to say this is my last Board of Regents meeting. I have enjoyed my time with the Board of Regents, but I will be retiring at the end of the year. And I wanted to thank the Regents themselves for accepting our input and having a great relationship with those of us at MFPE. I want to thank the members, Clay Christian and the members of his staff at OCHI as well. You've always had an open door policy, and it's been my pleasure to always interact with those folks, both at Regents meetings and at the legislature. I want to tell you that my successor will be Diane Fladmo. Many of you know Diane. Diane comes to us. She is currently our Director of Research in our office, and she's our expert in all things retirement and healthcare, has worked with many of the staff at OCHI over the years at the legislature, is one of our lead lobbyists in those things. And Diane has a strong education background. She was a teacher, an administrator, a member of the Board of Public Ed, and actually worked for the University of Montana in International Studies. So she will be taking over from my position, and I just wanted to again thank you for the time that we've had together, and wish you all the best, and thank you for your commitment to the students of Montana and the education of Montana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco, and best of luck in your retirement. We appreciate all your advocacy on behalf of education and higher education.
You're welcome.
Is there any additional public comment?
Moving to the next caller, if you would please announce your name.
Julie Foster? Oh, sorry. Candy, I didn't see it. You go. Your name is up.
And is this Julie or Candy that we have on the line, please?
This is Julie.
Thank you, Julie. Can you give your last name, please, for the record?
Julie Foster.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go for it, Julie. Yep.
Thank you.
You're live.
Okay. So I'm the director of the Ravalli County Economic Development Authority, and have been since 2005. I want to thank the Board of Regents for their deliberation on this incredibly important topic for the Bitterroot and your support of the resolution. I also want to say that there is a tremendous need here for workforce training, and were it not for the partnership that the Bitterroot College program and the Economic Development Authority have, we would still have no workforce training here. And I don't know about your communities, but in our community, it's very difficult to engage a business to come forward in something that they perceive as political. And this definitely is a political process, and it has been for 10 years. But when we ask them what kind of training that they need, and we ask them to even support in the financial assistance to provide that training, since we can't get financial help anywhere else, they are more than willing. I don't know if it is per capita possibly, or, maybe I want to say that we have more biotech jobs than most of the counties in the state. Ravalli County is a focal point for biotech, and we're growing. And a lot of those positions in our community are from the manufacturing standpoint. I mean, at least 50% of those jobs, and it would be more than 50% if we didn't have the NIH lab here. So I think that just thank you for considering this and supporting us. 4 months since this college has been approved by the voters. It was approved before by the voters in 2008. We have yet to have the opportunity to move forward with what the voters ask for. I see us at step 1, which the Regents have taken on, and step 2 is the financial plan. And so I know that our game plan will meet and exceed everyone's expectations. So thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Additional public comment.
Yes, let's see. We're moving to the next caller. We'll unmute you now. You'll receive a prompt here shortly. And if you would please state your first and last name for the record.
Hi, my name is Aaron Rhodes.
Hi, Aaron.
Hello, Aaron.
Hello. Hi, yes, thank you so much for the ability to, or just to be able to put my voice in on this. And I appreciate hearing all the information. I've learned some things today and your efforts in making this happen. I live in Corvallis. My wife and I have 3 kids here, and my trade is mechanical engineer. Been doing this for about 20 years, and I own a business here, an engineering and consultation and product design business. It's been operating in the Valley for about 6 years now. And so I'd just like to address a couple of things I've heard from the Regents that I can hopefully help with. And one of the Regents mentioned she would like to see more local business owners support for this college. And so I'd just like to say I fully support an independent Bitterroot Valley College. I would like to see like a workforce that I can tap into for my business, as well as more manufacturing capacity here. And so I just think this would be a necessary component for just strengthening and growing the Bitterroot Valley in these ways. And as a homeowner, I've voted for the mill levies in the past, and would support anything that comes up in the future to financially support the college. And you mentioned the projected attendances numbers. Like I said, we have 3 kids, and I certainly would support and encourage them as they go forward in their just higher education path to attend an independent Bitterroot Valley College. So hopefully you can bump those numbers up by 3. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Aaron. Is there additional public comment?
Yes, we will move to the next caller. We will go ahead and Unmute your line now and ask you to state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is India Height. I am a student representative on the Bitterroot College Advisory Council.
Hello, Ms. Height.
Hello. I just wanted to sort of reinforce what Tor and Linda and Julie and Aaron said. Of course, I am a Bitterroot College student, and if it hadn't been for their location here in the Valley, I wouldn't have pursued higher education at all. And I plan to make a career out of it now. And I just wanted to further advocate for your guys' decision. And I really appreciate your support and consideration. And I know you've already mentioned that you've had an overwhelming inflow of support from the Ravalli community, but just wanted to add my voice to the team here. So thank you.
Thank you, India. Additional public comment? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. It looks like we do have a Bitterroot College Zoom room, and they have their hand up. So we'll move to them next. And if you would please state your name for the record.
This is just Victoria Clark with the Bitterroot College. And we have 3 people that have shown up to our location to give public comment. So I'm going to introduce, who wants to go first?
If you want me to, I will. Okay. Then you guys can.
Okay, so Tom Korst, who's the superintendent of the Hamilton School District, is stepping up to the mic.
Thanks, Victoria. Welcome, Tom.
Hey, thank you. Am I in a good position?
You are.
Okay.
You are.
Yeah, I'm the superintendent of Hamilton Public Schools. I've been here for, this is my 9th year. And what I can tell you is that I think education is rapidly changing, especially K-12. And the connection and nexus with college is becoming really, really important. Hamilton is one of the best, I think, out there. I know we've been ranked 1 or 2 in the state for the last several years as providing AP courses and dual enrollment options for students. But it's very tricky for us to do that. So the irony is I think we're one of the best, but we have to kind of patch this thing together. We work through, of course, U of M, Bitterroot College, and FECC quite a bit. And it's not super seamless. And I see an opportunity here with the Bitterroot College to create this amazing system that could be definitely a model. It already is, but to another level of what it could mean to educate our students through more of an option, K-20 they call it, I guess, or excuse me, post-secondary, not just 4-year schools, but trade opportunities, et cetera. So I would be hopeful that we could have that opportunity here, so I don't have to kind of figure this thing out in terms of access and opportunities for our kids who really want to take advantage of this. I've seen a major shift in the population in this community. More and more people are coming here. It's growing rapidly. It's hard to find a house. That's for sure. And I think it's just, we just got to kind of move with the times. So I'm very excited for this opportunity. It's been great what we have already, but I think that next step for us would be flat out amazing. So anyway, I would take any questions if that's what happens here, or if it's just public comment, and then I move on.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, we're just taking public comment right now. So we appreciate you taking the time to provide the comments.
Good morning. My name is Dixie Stark, and I'm from Darby, Montana. In my day job, I'm the director of the adult literacy program here that provides adult basic education and literacy services throughout the county. I've been doing that work for 30 years. There's a lot of students here that are hidden that I don't think show up in those conservative numbers. But as I listened to the discussion this morning, what really stuck in my mind was no one said these things. There are more than 40,000 people in Ravalli County. We are the 7th most populous county in the state, and we do not receive We are the only county with significant population that does not have a unit of the MUS. As much as I love Missoula, I have 3 degrees from Missoula, all with high honors. As much as I love the U of M, it does not meet the needs of our local students, especially those who are graduating with their high school equivalency diploma from my program. With regard to the comment that there's already a lot of units and nobody's saying we need more units, I want to point out we are likely to be the only county in the state that can meet the current limitations, the current restrictions in statute for starting a community college. So I guess I would really encourage the regents and the legislature in the future to trust the statute or to change it. We have 2 times the number of high school students required to start a community college. We have 7 times the property value. I grew up in Powder River County. I grew up in on a ranch in southeastern Montana, and I know what distance is. I know that people travel a long ways, but in Ravalli County, we deserve our own unit. We have the population and the tax base to have one. Our curse, so to speak, is being too close to Missoula in some people's eyes. I got my master's degree in Missoula. I drove 75 miles each way. If I had a dime for every time somebody tried to kill me on Highway 93 by poor driving, I could have paid my tuition with it. Please understand that we do have the need here. We do have a population that's rapidly growing. This county's population has more than doubled in the time that I've been here. And we have students who are not likely to make the leap to Missoula without a 2-year unit here. And then they will go on, some of them will go online, some of them will go to Bozeman, Missoula. If you want to talk about too many units, you might start the discussion with if we really need 2 flagship universities and not if we need 2-year education in our communities. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Dixie. And we would just ask if there's any additional public comment, that we keep it brief, just due to we're running long and we still have to take action. We don't want to lose any board members who have other commitments. So we'll turn it over to, I think, the last individual at Bitterroot College.
There's actually myself and then a student would like to make a statement as well. So, and I talk very quickly, as my students will tell you. So timing will not be an issue. My name is Jennifer Johnson. I am the chemistry faculty here at the Bitterroot College program of the UM. And I just wanted to emphasize kind of what I have observed as a faculty member here and the impact that this institution or this program has made on the local community here. But so I had all this stuff to say about, the importance of community colleges and the influence that they've had. Of course, some amazing people have come out of community colleges. Our first female, space shuttle pilots came out of a community college. Steve Jobs, Jim Lehrer, George Lucas, all these great people. Their influence is incredibly understated, is not to be understated. They were all educated at community colleges. So it makes me think, what greatness is going to come out of a Bitterroot Valley Community College. What is that going to help to provide for our state and our world? Now, that being said, earlier today, I met with a student whose exceptional brilliance and tenacity is well known to me as well as to other faculty. And this student told me how valuable having access is to higher education in Hamilton, in Ravalli County, to her personally, and that she simply would not be in school if her only option was to go to Missoula. Missoula County is not close enough for all Ravalli County students to have successful and accessible learning experiences. My students sometimes walk to campus, even bicycle to class in the middle of winter because they have no other way to get here. A 90-mile round trip commute 4 to 5 days a week is just not feasible for them. And on top of that, many of our students are working moms and dads who also, or they take care of their parents. They don't have enough time to work and commute up to Missoula County and then still pick up their kids from school or parents from a doctor's visit. So But on top of that, what we found, especially during this COVID dumpster fire, is that many of our students don't have adequate internet service. They have to attend face-to-face, otherwise they can't access their courses because they simply can't get to them online or remotely. So for these Montanans, a community college in Ravalli County is their only option for workforce training and other higher education. And it would be a great disservice to these people to lose this ability to better their lives and contribute to Montana simply because it was thought to be a burden to their community. I mean, remember, students are also members of this community, and they too, as we all do, bear this burden. And I too am a homeowner in Ravalli County, and I will support a levy to support the Bitterroot Valley Community College. But as an educator, I'm really all about what's best for students. And that's what drives my daily aspirations as I think about how I better my courses. I know that Nyston and Tuss emphasized earlier the burden that a community college would be to the county, but I think a larger burden would be for one of our local businesses to not be able to find local employees. I think a larger burden would be for a student with exceptional potential, like the one that I met with earlier today, to not have access to higher education simply because of geography or because of internet access. So while you're focusing on financing the BVCC, I'm more concerned with supporting the higher education of a growing population of over 40,000 people. So.
Apologies for interrupting, but is that your concluding remarks?
Yes, that's
okay.
What
Wonderful.
I want to say, and that the faculty, I and the faculty are up to this amazing challenge. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Jennifer. Additional public comment?
Hello.
Hello.
Everybody see me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'm a student here at Bitterroot College. I'm also a CNA.
If you could just please state your name.
Yes. My name. Everybody's 6 feet away from me. I'm sorry. I want you to see my face. My name's Emily Creedon. I'm a CNA here at the Marcus Daly Memorial Hospital. I'm also a student here at the Bitterroot College. I don't think people realize the importance or the impact that this college has had on my life. I can say from experience that universities, yes, they're great places for higher education. Yes, they can meet needs of people that are local to them. People travel from all over the world to go to a university, but that's not what Bitterroot College is. We're a local-driven community. Unfortunately, being here at the college, that there has been financial issues, to say the least. I can only put it in medical terms because that's all I'm thinking of right now. Sorry, I just came out of an anatomy exam. It's like a patient that's gone hypothermic. So you've got all the blood shunting back into the main system, which would be the U of M, and the main university system. And I feel like being the thumb, let's say, the Bitterroot College is slowly dying. And the Bitterroot College is so important to me because I would have never gone seeking higher education in Montana without the locality of this brick and mortar building. I live in Darby, Montana, and commuting to the U of M, it put it out of my reach. I needed a place to start. I needed a place to blossom and grow and to believe in myself and to give myself the inner courage to seek further higher education. But looking around, I'm not the only student that does this. There are mothers here, there are fathers here, there are people here that are single parents, that are people that are students that are taking care of their own parents. There's no way that we could have possibly gone all the way to Missoula over a 90-minute drive, 2-hour commute every day, and taking care of our needs, worked here in this community. Like I said, I work at Marcus Daly Memorial Hospital, and gone to school and pursued our dreams. There are plenty of family members that have been here for generations that have gone to the Bitterroot College, and unfortunately seeing this slowly dry up, and it's heartbreaking. Just to stay open this semester, we had to get rid of our Aaron Rosenkrantz, which personally was a great staff resource for me for scholarships and for just any kind of emotional help. Anytime I just needed to talk to someone, because as you know, being a student is very stressful. Our staffing, our faculty here had to take on that position this semester. Not only did they do that successfully and happily, but they sacrificed, many of them, their own pay just to stay open.
Emily, we really appreciate your public comment. We're running short on time. If you could maybe make your concluding remarks.
My concluding remarks would be, we need this brick and mortar building at the locality that it's in the Bitterroot Valley, specifically in Hamilton, because many of us will never have taken that first step. None of us wanted, especially myself, could have fathomed going to Missoula, living in Darby. Couldn't have possibly anywhere near that. And I would like you to, please, if you're not going to create or keep the Bitterroot College for me and for students like me, would you please do it for all of the future students of this Bitterroot Valley? Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Is there any additional public comment?
It's gone now. So I'm not.
Is there any additional public comment? Amy's looking to see if there is any online.
And again, everyone who's joined, I'm watching for that raise your hand to indicate that you have a public comment to say, which can be done either through the *9 feature on your phone or through the raise your hand feature within Zoom.
Is there any additional public comments? Okay, seeing no additional public comment, we are going to jump right into to taking action this morning, or I guess this afternoon now. If members of the board could go to the Budget Admin and Audit Committee agenda, we are going to start there. So I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Tuss. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Or is there any discussion or corrections from the campuses? And if so, please raise your hand. Please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if joining by phone. Is there any public comment from the campuses? Is there any public comment? Seeing no public comment, I will call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Moving on to action item A, request for authorization to remodel Aber Hall. I will entertain a motion to approve action item A.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dombrowski. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Seeing none, is there any discussion or corrections from campuses? Again, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if joining by phone. Is there any public comment from the campuses? Is there any public comment? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Moving on to action item B, OCHI staff item, OCHI MUS. I will entertain a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Sexton. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Seeing none, is there any discussion or corrections from campuses? Please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if joining by phone. Is there any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Let's move on to the next committee. We will move to the ARSA committee. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent item.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Rogers. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Seeing none, is there any discussion or corrections from campuses? Please use the raise your hand feature, dial *9 if joining by phone. Any public comment from the campuses? Is there any public comment? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Moving on to action item A, mission review, Montana State University Northern. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Sheehy. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Is there any discussion or corrections from campuses? Please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if joining by phone. Is there any public comment from the campuses? Is there any public comment? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Moving on to action item B, request to plan proposals. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Sheehy. Is there any comments from members of the board? Is there any comments or corrections from campuses? Is there any public comment? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Moving on to action item C, level 2 items. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Nystuen. Is there any public comment from members of the board? Is there any public comment from the campuses? If so, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if joining by phone. Any comment from the campuses? Is there any public comment? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign? Motion passes. Moving on to the last item in the RC committee, action item D, request for authorization. We have already approved that. So we will move on to the 2-year and community college actions. We've got a single action, action item A, Bitterroot Valley Community College District resolution. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Sexton. Is there any discussions or corrections from members of the board? Is there any discussion or corrections from campuses? If so, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if joining by phone. Is there any comments from the campuses? Is there any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Members of the board, that concludes the actions for the November board meeting. We will be joining a conversation, virtual conversations with student leadership across the system. Before we conclude, I just wanted to see if Regent Sheehy had any additional comments she'd like to share. Regent Sheehy.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to say thank you. It didn't really dawn on me that this would be my last meeting at which most of the campuses were present. And I really so enjoyed working with the campus people, from the presidents down to the staff people. I loved it all. And you were all so kind and so informative and dedicated. So I'd like to thank the campuses. I also want to say the people at Ochi have been very, very good to me. And especially Amy Unsworth, who answers my repeated questions about technology as if it was the first time I asked her how to turn on my computer, which I ask her pretty much every meeting. So Amy, thank you so much for all your care of the Board of Regents. It really does make our work go smoother. And all the people from Tyler who explained budgets to Brock and everyone in between. Of course, I'll get to Clay at the next meeting, but I didn't expect to find a great friend in Clay, and I have found a great friend. I will also want to say something about the student leaders. You come in and out of our lives in a rapid fashion, and dang if I don't fall hard for every student regent who sits in my vicinity, but I have really, really enjoyed having the exposure to the student leaders, so thank you. I will get to my regents at the next meeting, but I do believe that Paul Tuss just had his term expanded, and I think he did that just because he thinks now I can't sing him goodbye, and I'm not going to sing him goodbye today, but I do want you to know that your song, Paul, is living on Tulsa time, but it's living on Tuss's time. Casey, your song is Que Sera Sera, Casey Lozar, Lozar, and Bob, your song is Blue Moon. Nice tune, nice tune, nice tune. You're not just savings and loans. So I won't torture you any further, but I have so enjoyed working with all of you. And when I was appointed 7 years ago, I thought that the governor meant to call one of my sisters and that he had called the wrong Cheehee girl. And I told him, there's no shame in that. People make that mistake all the time. Go ahead and call the right one. No, it's you. And I wasn't prepared for the challenges of this job, but the thing that has been the most impressive about doing this work is that I have met people I never would have met. I have thought about things and turned my brain to things that I never would have thought about with strangers at my side, and we bonded over these really important issues. And I think it's really an opportunity of a lifetime in the middle of your life to turn yourself to something that you didn't expect to be turned to. And it was very, very invigorating. So thank you all for putting up with me for 7 years and for encouraging me, and mostly just for being really great colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Sheehy. This is not goodbye. Of course, we have one more meeting.
Yes.
So we will certainly see you in the January meeting, and we will conclude today's meeting after our virtual conversations with student leadership. So we will make that transition. But for now, thank you to the University of Montana for hosting us virtually. It was a great meeting, and we look forward to our meeting in January. Thank you all.